Head into the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops no one knows. We're going
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Saturday. I think it's still Saturday probably for everybody, right? Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. I don't think it's Sunday for anybody. It's too early, right? I thank you guys for being here. Michelle is having some internet difficulties, so hopefully she will make it up here soon. But we are going to have open panel, and a couple other creators are going to be joining us. So if you guys want to pop up at some point too, I'll put the link in the chat here in just a minute. But hi, Logical One. Hi, Princess Megan Elsa. Hi, Yorkie. Hi, Delana. Hi, Dina. Hi, Mallory. Hi, Marshall. Hi, Connie. Hi, Ramblin' Rome. Hi, Monica. Hi, Sarah. Hi, other Connie. Hi, Muscles and Mascara. Hi, it is what it is. It is what it is. Hi, Ellie. Hey, Deb. Hi, Soul Sister. Hey, Sister, Soul Sister. Hi, Danielle, Deline. Did I say hi to Amelia? Or maybe I did. Hi, Sunset Gazing. Hi, Queen. Hi, BG. Hi, Brandy. Petunia. Hello. Muffy. Hi, Spread Love Not Hate. Dolly Bear. BR. Hi, BR. Hi, Natasha. Hi, B Crumbs. I don't know if I missed anybody. Let me go back down to the bottom. See, I normally get the top and Michelle gets the bottom. Hi, Peppermint Tea. Hi, Rachie. Hi, Peaky. Hi, Case Chaser. I like that name. I missed the past 2 days, so this is awesome. Hi, Tiny Dancer. Hi, Lee Pepper. Oh, lovely Brittany is here. Hi, my beautiful friend.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good.
I'm glad you make it.
Yeah, no, I felt so bad about the other day when you were live and I missed it. So I'm excited to be able to make up and come up now with you.
I appreciate you.
Yeah,
I hope you're doing well.
You'll be fun. I am. Can I just say that I applaud you for being able to keep up with all three of these cases, because 2 is killing me.
I'm telling you, it's a struggle. It's not easy. I've told everybody like this, like why in my brain I thought that, or whatever personality of mine thought it was a good idea to do this was probably wrong because it is a lot, but sometimes there's a reprieve because, so like Wednesday we had 2 days of one trial, 3 days of the other two. And then, but now West was actually off for Thursday, Friday. And then Leticia's only Friday. There's no Thursday. So right now I have, and then Vallow was half a day yesterday. So it gives you like there's like a little bit of a reprieve. So we have like 1.5 days of Vallow to cover and 1 day of Leticia, which in itself is just that's just a whole thing by itself. So
with the hairstyle, she's, oh my god. I can't.
Okay, so speaking of her hair, so in the videos yesterday that they were showing, the earlier ones, the ones from March 24th, she puts her head down a lot and her hair splits in an X. Did you notice that?
No, now I'm gonna have to go back and look at that.
I'll
That's
show you. Hold on,
weird.
I'll find it real quick.
That is weird,
It is because like whose hair splits in an X?
right?
Hi, Red won't go.
You know, the thing is, the part that kills me though with the funky hairstyles is it's so obvious what she's doing. You know, like the day that she had that bun with
Was
the
she?
yeah yeah that
You know what hairstyle belongs to who yet?
no no
I'm
like
like, that would be
Maria
interesting to
and
try to figure out. I'm
Jasmine.
trying to find this spot because I want to show you guys this. Because I was like, wait a minute. Like, I don't know anybody whose hair splits in an X. So I want you guys to see it. I gotta find I should have time-stamped it. Hold on, I think we can get it right about here. Hold on. And I'll Sleuth Mom, I haven't seen you in chat yet, but I'm gonna use your stream real quick, just FYI. I'll drop your link. Let me pull this up real quick.
Oh, Alibi, you're my favorite too.
Aww. Hi, Alibi. Lil Boston. Hi, Wheel B. Okay, let me see if I can get this to come up real quick.
Maybe she's balding. Maybe she
But
is.
it's kind of weird. So hold on, let me see. I think this might be the right spot. I don't necessarily need the sound. I just need to see her top of her head. Is it this one? Let me see if it is. It's before lunch. And she puts her head down. Darn it. I should have time-stamped it because I was like, that is creepy. Maybe I do need the sound just because, huh? Turned up a little bit. Okay, so it's not that one. It's got to be earlier. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. So which case are you more into? Are you more into Stauch or Vallow?
Probably Vallow, which is
Really?
weird.
I couldn't figure out
went
where the hiding spot was
Mhm.
because when we did this, whenever
Let's get rid of the sound again. Darn
I
it.
went in more interested in Stout, but I don't know. I think with the Stout case, I feel like there's not very many more people to testify that I can think of. Whereas the Vallow case, they're so I mean, we still have a whole nother trial with Chad and then multiple trials depending on who all they prosecute, you know, for regarding Tammy and Charles. And it's just then you got the spin-offs from that with Melanie Boudreaux, and then I guess Melanie Gibbs just getting away with everything. So it's just crazy.
Well, so Stauch, you're right. I mean, I can see that. Stauch's trial to me is so intriguing, I think, because it just kind of covers so much. And then there's like the weird crossover of things that are being explained that, in my opinion, really explain a lot about Lori.
I said that yesterday. Yes, there's similarities between both of them. Definitely.
Well, I think like what Leticia is faking is what Lori might actually be.
Oh,
Or some version of that. You know what I mean? Hold on. See, she's got her hair weird. You can almost see it. There. Look at that. It's not even an X. It's like, what the heck is that?
wait, and it's in a weird spot too.
It is. It's so weird. I noticed it, and I'm like, this is like not normal. Like it's like an X, like right there and right there. So, but I feel like all these excuses and things that, I guess they're not excuses, but all the things that actually go along with some of these disorders that these psychologists are talking about on the stand in the Stauch trial really actually match Lori and some of the things that she has said and done. And obviously there's no insanity in Idaho, but I would be very curious if there was, or if somebody would evaluate her like this, how it would turn out.
Yeah. Yeah, I would be interested in seeing that too.
Oh, she
You
does?
make
She has it on her community post? Let me look real quick. You'd be interested in seeing an evaluation of her like that?
yes, because I mean, I'm so on the fence with her. One minute I'm like, if the death penalty was up, she needs to go, and the next minute I'm like, did she really believe that she? Okay, they said that she was saying her brother. We were listening to Adam, the phone call with the investigator, and he was like, she thought that bullets wouldn't harm her. She thought that she didn't have to eat to live anymore. And I'm like, oh my God.
So did you go and watch on Hidden True Crime, the cousin of
Holy-
Lori did an interview? Her name's Megan. Have you watched that yet?
Yes, but I hadn't got to watch all of it. I have watched some of it.
Oh, okay. So one of the weird things is she talks about when she was visiting that Janice would do this weird thing where she would chew her food and spit it back out. And she would just say she just needed to taste the food. She didn't actually need to eat it.
And her sister, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it Melanie Melanie Boudreaux's mom who had the ED too? That's one of the things she died from.
Oh, yeah. I think there's a lot that's twisted in that whole family of things that they grew up thinking was normal, and it's not.
Yeah. And look, I was talking about Lori when you popped that picture up. I didn't realize how in this picture that you're showing, I didn't realize how, is that real? Like this hasn't been
No, this is
tampered?
what I was talking about. I'm Crime Curious just happened to find the same thing apparently too. But yeah, this is Leticia's head.
What in the world? That is scary.
It was really weird. I immediately noticed it, and I was like, that's not normal. People don't have
No.
an X split in the top of their head like that.
Do you think that she pulled her own hair out and did that? Like, and trying to make people think she's
I think it's
crazy?
very possible. Who knows? What is on her? I know. That's her scalp.
Yeah, that's okay. But if she pulled her own hair out and did that, I'm going to argue with myself here for a minute. Would it be that perfect? Like, what are the odds? That is a perfect X. That is some, like, we already got scenes of her coming out the well, and somebody needs to do one of this. Like, this right here is beyond any. I've never seen anything like that.
I agree. I think that's why it stood out, because I was like, does that mean something? Is that like, should we actually be looking into something that has to do with this? Because it's very strange. And like somebody was saying, like, where does the rest of the part go? Well, there's this part that's like right here that she keeps tucking behind her ear. And then there's the part that falls this way. Maybe this is just from years of like having the head down and the hair falling into the face, because then this part goes to the front here, and then this part is what goes back there. I don't know. It's very strange, and it caught my attention.
Yeah, but like, okay, think about our part though. It's not that. It's almost like there's no hair there, versus a part. It's you can see your scalp with a part, but not to that degree. Like this genuinely looks like there's hair missing. It's been cut out or, shaved or pulled out. Yes.
Yeah, because like you wouldn't have hair that grows in a scar or something.
Exactly.
I've never even seen anybody's hair part. I mean, like normally it's like this way, that way. You know what I mean? But this is like from this corner to back here and this corner to back here. I don't know. I thought it was odd, and apparently Crime Curious thought it was odd too, so she posted it. Would have saved me a lot of time. Oh, wow. Let's see. Mia Moore. Let's see if she can be connected.
Oh my God.
Did you give him a bunch of help?
I shifted that onto him, and he let him yell so I could calm down for a minute, and I think we're good.
Oh, hey,
hi, Brittles. What's going on? How are you?
I tried to take your spot until you got here. Of course, it's not you by any means, but I'm so glad that you made it.
Oh, same. No, I'm happy you're up here. I get my babe today and my Brittles. I'll take it.
Look at that, Michelle. That spot on with that was what Teresa was just showing me. That spot on T's head. I'm like, Leticia's head. Oh my goodness.
The whole hair personality. I feel like every hairstyle is her only way to represent all her identities or personalities that she's making up. But so that makes sense to me. Actually, it does. Sadly,
It's the portal to her altars.
it is.
It helps change from one world to the other one. This is Brian Hoffman said. Hi, Brian, by the way. I never say this right. Trichotillomania is a way of dealing with stress and anxiety, a chemical imbalance in the brain. But okay, so that I mean, there's also, but that wouldn't come out into an X, would it? That's kind of my thing. Does that come out into an X?
I can promise you, as a hairdresser, I've dealt with every callus that there could be in your head, and that's never going to be it. They will never lay in the top part of your head that way, ever. That was on purpose.
You think that she did an X on purpose, or it just happened to be the hairstyle she chose made the X?
No. She took a comb, because I'm gonna tell you why. She has some other hairstyles where she does like almost like a zigzag type of part, and it would fit her Tisha character. All she did was take a comb, and inside, you could tell they're doing her hair there inside, like when she comes in with her bun and all that shit going on. She took a comb and just did like this, and what it does, it creates an X effect. I could do it on the side here if I wanted to, or wherever. That's what she did. Apparently, she actually does. I mean, from what some were saying, there was that one woman who was in there with her and said that she was actually helping with, like, she was doing hair inside of there. And now I see some of her hairstyles. She's either crazy headed, or she's got this pulled back bun with the whole like thing going on. And I'm gonna go with those are the days that she gets her jail buddy maybe to do that for her, or she does.
That is insane.
I was asking Brittany maybe because you do hair, maybe you pay more attention to all of her hairstyles.
I do.
Have you attached a specific hairstyle with a specific personality yet?
Now I have. Yeah.
Okay, so tell me what you think.
Okay, so
who's the bun? Who's the weird bun on the top of the head?
The bun with, now you got the crazy messy bun, but then you have the sleek bun with the hair, with the like the purposeful bang. That is Tisha. Like that's Tisha right there. I even think she might even mix a little bit of Maria in there sometimes too, because if you notice, she takes Maria and she almost gives Maria two personalities. Like that's even crazier.
Maybe there's Maria the Russian and there's Maria from Mexico, and that would make sense why there's
right.
two.
And I feel like Maria the sniper is a little bit more sleek badass, where like, the one from Mexico is just a little bit more like gangster style, like could go with Tisha too.
Thug life.
Yeah, So, and then the hair that comes all the way down in front of her face and all that type of mess, I think that's like Harmony and Taylor, like fully losing her friggin' mind. And then she has regular Tisha, where she's Leticia, doctor, and all that, whatever. And I haven't fit Jasmine in there yet because we don't know.
So after some research on the Jasmine thing, hold on real quick. I just want to tell Brian. So Brian, I believe it's just a motions hearing on BK, which is very common. They're going to have to do a lot of motions hearings. So I don't take it too seriously until there's actual movement. His preliminary is still actually scheduled on the docket for June. So it's probably just whatever motions are being filed. It doesn't even mean he has to be there at that point. So I'm not going to take it too seriously. I did see the notification come through, but I don't think it's that huge yet. Now, what was I about to say?
Jasmine.
Jasmine. So Chance, her ex-husband, Harley's dad, lived in Jasmine.
Really?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull up my...
Yeah.
Hey.
He lived in Jasmine, one of the Carolinas. You guys probably know better than me.
I've never heard of it. But, I mean ain't nothing new here.
Well, is Chance from where she's from? I thought so. Like South Carolina?
Jasmine, South Carolina. The gymnast is Christina. She's the one who likes the apparatuses, and she can get on a balance beam and do some tricks.
Yeah. Christine is the messy bun one, but I don't feel like she that character comes out too much.
What did she, have we figured out what she made the kids call her?
Oh my God.
Because I know she made them call her something other than Leticia.
Step monster, probably. She was.
Ugh.
She's evil.
Well, she says Taylor's her main personality. So did they call her Taylor?
Or yeah, possibly.
I'm so sorry for those kids. Could you imagine? Like, she's so evil. Like, if they get her name wrong, she probably got mad.
And I feel like because Harley has mentioned Taylor, like they know about Taylor, like they know about that name. So I could definitely see her, like, yeah, Tay, you're right, like using that name.
So was Leticia in the same city at the time her ex-husband died? He was in Cincinnati, Ohio, and there's no record of her ever living in Ohio. Now, I don't have any travel records, obviously.
She does like to take road trips, guys. So.
Yeah, so he died in a motel room in Cincinnati, Ohio.
I really struggle with her lying to Harley. Okay, so because of the gravity of the way that he passed away, if a parent were to tell a child some other way, part of me would understand, because you don't want your child at a young age to know, something like that. But it's kind of like what she told Harley. Her story instead, to me, was a little worse than a OD. You know what I mean? Like, that was way more graphic.
Did she like it that way?
Right.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, did she get some type of thrill out of the trauma that probably gave her child?
Yeah.
Well, also, did she convince herself that Chance was killed? Because remember in her police interview, she's telling them that her ex-husband was killed. And we were always like, her ex-husband wasn't killed. Why is she saying that? So does she, in her mind, believe he was murdered and that somebody purposely, like, overdosed him? But I think she actually goes into, like, graphics, right? Like, graphic detail about how Chance died?
Yeah. But I think that's just one of her, like, time fillers. Like, when she gets in those interviews and, like, she derails, she deflects, and if you give her one tiny subject to run with, like, you could look for a one-line answer and she's going to just divulge into that particular topic. So I could just see them mentioning Chance or whatever, and then she just goes into all this stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It throws in all that extra details and stuff that don't even make sense.
Yeah. Well, and I was going to say, too, I believe another reason that she might be using that scenario instead of the truth, maybe she likes the attention and the sympathy that she gets from people when she tells them that story.
Yeah.
Like her and her daughter, the poor widow left with a small child to raise her all on her own.
Versus
but
maybe
she still was.
Yes, but maybe because from where Leticia's from, everyone knows Chance too. And maybe when they heard the real reason of what happened, maybe she tried to, muddy that up a little bit, because I guess maybe they were taking drugs together, possibly. Maybe, when he OD'd, was she anywhere in the vicinity? Did they hang out a day prior? Something like that. Or maybe to Leticia, that's an embarrassing thing. Who knows? And maybe she just felt like that would pull more on the heartstrings versus, I guess, overdosing. I mean,
I remember from Facebook, I don't know if he was actually like dating, but he seemed very close to another woman who was posting about him passing away and how she was going to be struggling with not having him in her life anymore.
Yeah.
So it was, I don't know. I just think he overdosed. She was already moving on, because that was 2014. She was already starting with Al, or very close to it. She wasn't really with him anymore. They got divorced, I think, 2011, if I remember right.
Is it weird to y'all that their dog was named Chance? That was odd to me.
It's not odd to me. I don't know. It's not odd to me. When I you guys are gonna probably go, what are you talking about? When I was little, my sister, my sister's 13 years older than me, and when my sister moved out, I got a cat and I named her my sister.
Oh, wait, what?
You named your
I named my cat after my sister.
Oh.
I know. So it's all like it's not so weird to me because
Like, did you do
I
that as like you missed her type of thing, or did you do that?
I was 10 as well. So I mean,
Oh.
yeah. So Nadine says my dog is named Bandit, and that was her dad's nickname. I totally could. Yeah, I don't.
I can see your
It's
dad's
not weird
nickname.
to me.
Okay. Yeah.
Here's where was the
Mhm.
dog Harley's dog or was that Leticia's dog?
That's what I'm trying to figure out because they had two. Which was
One,
which?
I believe one was for Harley, and one was. I think they were both for the kids because they were Christmas presents. They didn't have the dogs that long.
Right. So
They were still puppies.
you think maybe one was actually Harley's and she just wanted to name the dog after her dad, and Leticia just
I do.
was
I
a
think
kid?
I think Chance was Harley's because in the divorce, Al did stipulate that he wanted Sadie. And then obviously we talked about this on another live, and we did confirm that she said that she does still have both dogs. Harley still has both dogs, but in the divorce documents, he got Sadie back. So Sadie would not have been hers, but he didn't fight for Chance. Does that make sense? So Chance had to be given to her.
Right. And that
And
would
I
make
think maybe Sadie was for the others or for Lena even. I don't know if
right. That would make
that's
sense.
what I thought.
I can see that. That makes sense.
Like Harley had her own. She's 17 at the time, maybe trying to give her some responsibility, and she named the dog after her dad in a sense that she, I could see that maybe for sure.
That makes more sense to me than
Now, if
Leticia.
Leticia did it, that's a whole different,
Well,
that's
that was what I was thinking. Like, did she name that dog after her ex, or was it Harley? But if it's Harley, yeah.
Well, I do know from having, nieces and nephews that are from split homes and have been remarried. I know like my oldest niece or one of my older nieces, her mom remarried and then had 2 kids with her now husband. And so my oldest niece was the only one in the household with a different name without that connection. So I'm also thinking that maybe having Chance there was part of her family. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes total sense. And it's a connection back to her dad, like she probably hasn't said that name in so long, and just things like that. She can cuddle with the dog.
And she's got her dad there,
Legacy,
somebody asked what she said no to in the courtroom. So that was the psychologist was testifying about that Leticia had read the DSM-5 from front to back. Something must have happened because when Leticia actually talks, she turns her head to Tellini, and I probably could find that clip, but she turns her head to Tellini and says something. I don't see that she's shouting it to the courtroom, but I don't know if there was like a hot mic or if she just did talk really loud. But she is looking over and talking to Tellini about whatever's being said.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, I didn't, or never read that book, or that's not the book I'm talking about, or whatever she said was about this weird, was about the weird. It was, you can't even tell. I'll find it for you real quick because you can't even tell that that's, that there's an outburst. I don't think you can even hear it on the WebEx. At least I couldn't. But I'll find it.
Oh, wait, they financed the dogs? That
They
is
did?
crazy. That is crazy. If that's what they did, that is really insane. Can you
They
finance
finance
a dog?
Dogs?
How do you finance a dog? Like,
So
do you get a loan from a bank?
I don't know.
If you don't pay the bill to your dog, they come and take the dog back from you?
Well, they
Is
better
that-
not give me a loan for no dogs because I have a ton of them.
Well, those Frenchies are expensive. Because we've wanted one for a long time, but they are insane, the price.
Well, they also had Chance as a bulldog, an English bulldog. So they had a French bulldog and an English bulldog, and those are very expensive as well. The other thing is they can't fly. The bulldogs can't go on a plane.
Really?
Yeah, they can't fly. They can't breathe.
Oh, bless them. I don't think they can swim either. I think they just sink to the bottom.
So
I guess Sleuth Mom showed it at the end of her live yesterday. Logical says, yeah.
I know she showed it at lunch.
Wow.
Hey, Melissa. Happy you're here. Yeah, apparently they are very expensive.
Yeah, they're a couple grand each.
Nate D says you can rent to own a dog.
I've
I
never heard of that. Ever.
I didn't know you could finance them. I mean, I guess maybe
No.
if the breeder or something puts you on like a payment plan, but I mean, like, how do you finance? You have to get like a loan.
Michelle's like,
I have to go
okay,
check that
I'm
out.
not the rack up
No,
my
don't
head.
even.
I'll have all these things. I'll be like the chicken bridesmaids with all the dogs in her van. Just kidding, guys.
It's like I promise I'm not trying to change the subject. I just want to throw this out there really quickly because it reminds me. And I died when I found this out. There's this girl that I went to school with, and she financed her boob job. I didn't know you could do that. She was
Oh, you
paying
sure
people
can.
on her boob
I
job.
think that kind of makes sense.
There are a whole lot of boobies out here that are still on payment plans. I can promise you that.
Wow. I've heard
Yes,
it
they
all.
are. Mhm. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
All right, I think it's right here. Hold on.
She alluded to the fact that she's read discovery or read police reports. Do you recall her saying things like
Do you
that?
hear it? Okay.
Yes.
Do you recall her talking about the body-worn camera that she reviewed and things like that?
Yes.
She also alluded to the autopsy and said do you remember what she said about the autopsy?
I believe she said she had obsessed over it.
She memorized the autopsy report?
Yes.
Was that unusual in a forensic setting for someone that you're evaluating in an insanity evaluation, for them to be verbose on discovery and know everything that's been discovered?
Again, this is one of those, it depends. Sometimes people are more aware of what the discovery says in their particular case, and sometimes they're not, or they have less of an idea.
Do you recall her using terms such as psychosis, disassociated, things like that?
Yes.
And are those terms commonly used in your everyday conversations with people?
Not in everyday conversations with people.
She indicated a couple times that she's read the whole book and things like that. Towards the end of the interview, she indicated that I know right from wrong. I read the book from cover to cover. Do you recall her saying something to that?
Yes.
Did that give you an indication that perhaps she may have reviewed the DSM-5?
I had wondered, but I don't know if she did.
You know what I mean? We approach it.
Okay, so that's the spot. And like I said, I couldn't hear anything. I can't hear her say anything, but I do see her look over at Tellini. Did you hear anything?
I didn't hear anything.
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I just see her look over, and then they go. He's like, can we approach, like right in the middle of questioning? So he goes up and tells on her, and then we find out later from the judge when he like reprimands her. But she immediately apologizes, and I think she's gonna say, maybe I can find that part real quick too. I think she's gonna say like something along the lines of like I didn't know my mic was on, or
I missed all of this, so this is so.
Oh, Miss Leticia always has an excuse ready.
I think this is when it happens. Okay.
Oh, nope, I guess not. I already made the notes. Exhibit 728, 727 and Exhibit 728 have been officially admitted. When my court reporter came in this morning, she gave me an extra sheet because mine ended at 726, so I was adding some things in.
That
but it
was
looks like I
that
got
came from us, Judge, just so that
Okay.
you were tracking with that. Yeah.
Okay. And we have not yet gotten to 729 through 734, but it looks like those are Dr. Lewis's, so we'll deal with that on Monday. So I'm okay there. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page regarding exhibits. And then I wanted to talk briefly about something that occurred. I don't remember what time it was. It was about an hour ago. It was when Mr. Young had asked to approach the bench. This was after Ms. Stauch had responded no quite loudly in response to a question that was asked of Dr. Torres. Ms. Stauch, it's been a long trial.
I'm sorry.
And I
couldn't hear I didn't.
Okay. Okay. Well,
She said something like, "I'm sorry, I couldn't hear something." I don't know what she can't hear. Like she couldn't hear herself or something. So
It sounds like she said something like it came from my head. Do it one more time, Jay.
I'm gonna do it one more time. Hold on. Let me just go back.
of Dr. Torres. Ms. Stauch, it's been a long trial.
I'm sorry.
And I
couldn't hear I didn't.
okay. Okay. Well, let's make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I don't know.
She couldn't hear her something.
That's all I hear.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear my something. I don't know.
She actually responds though, which I thought was interesting because when he reprimanded her about the finger, she didn't have any apology to give.
No, she sat there looking like one of the bad little third graders that's getting in trouble from the teacher, and they're really mad.
Well, because she knew she was going to do that. Like, you've been a kid and you've went to go do something, so you already know that you're going to get in trouble for it because you're like, oh shit, my parents already caught me, did it? Like, you know that. This though, I think that no or whatever she did, like, she couldn't help herself. So when she got reprimanded this time, like, it wasn't prepared, so she was like, and then doing Leticia style, she has to say something, you know what I mean? Like, can't just be, I'm sorry. She has to give something. If he wasn't a judge, she would have gave more. She would have argued.
Yeah, I don't know. She's apologetic about it. And I don't know. You want to hear the rest of it? Since you didn't watch it, I can play the rest of this clip real quick. Okay, hold
on. It's been a long trial. I know it wears on everybody, and I know that it has to wear on you especially. I also know that you're not feeling well today, so I do know that too. But remember what I told you a couple of weeks ago about the conduct I expect in my courtroom. You can't just blurt out comments or express your disagreement with someone. I've already given you an advisement of your right to testify. You do have a right to testify. And when it comes time, you can testify if you want to, and you can tell the jury what you want to tell them. But you can't do that while you're at counsel table. You just can't start talking from counsel table. You can't express disagreement with anything that is being said by a witness, or even agreement with anything that's said by a witness. So just be careful going forward, because again, I could have you removed. That's not in your best interest. It's not in your lawyer's best interest, but it can occur. So just remember that, and I'll leave it at that. Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point in time?
So I don't know. I'd be curious if anybody was in the courtroom could actually hear what she said.
To me, like, she better thank her lucky stars that he is her judge, because that man has been beyond lenient and understanding with her.
He's been very careful to be very careful with her. He does not want in any way, shape, or form for this broad to say I was mistreated in any way. That this judge has been more than fair to her, and actually more than nice to her. And we watch him sweat as he listens to these interviews and things like that. You know what I mean? Like, you could see that this judge is just like, please let this be over.
I think he's like excited. He's going like, so we're ahead of schedule.
Yeah,
we're ahead of schedule. You guys, what do you got for tomorrow? We're gonna finish up tomorrow, and then you guys we're gonna be done. He's like, let's go, let's get over this.
Get me out of here, please.
Yeah. I want to say hi to everybody that just popped in, because I know a lot of people were coming in when I was playing clips and I wasn't able to say hi. But Melissa would like to know if you guys think that she will testify.
I would love for her to, but I don't think they're gonna let her. I want her to.
With it being Leticia, I'm on the fence about if she. Part of me thinks that she very much wants to, but I'm with Michelle too. Like, it depends on if they're going to let her do that.
Like, that's just too scary.
I'm like, this trial is not going to be over for a while if she gets on the stand.
Yeah. Nope.
There's no ahead of schedule anymore. It's done.
Yeah.
Honey Wheel says, I think she'll testify. That way she can be up there for the day, just prolonging the inevitable. I wonder, because she's narcissistic, and they've really, almost everybody who's seen her talks about her narcissistic ways.
She was diagnosed narcissistic. She was diagnosed. Every one of them diagnosed her with narcissistic something. Like,
some type of narcissistic. Hi, Trudy, and welcome to the stream. What do they have to lose? They don't have to lose anything, I guess. I mean, let her go up there and do whatever. They can't stop her if she wants to. She has the right to, and because she was deemed competent to stand trial, that means that she's competent to take the stand, which was kind of weird for me, because I'm like, if she's insane, she's still allowed to take the stand. I find that interesting.
Mm-hmm. Let her show that she is not insane, because insane does not get to explain it. She literally, in those interviews and every evaluation, everything, she is explaining what's happening. How do you tell? Only Leticia could tell a personality, hey, click in. You got it. Nope, nope. And I'm getting rid of you. Huh? Like, you don't disassociate, and you damn sure don't use those words as you're conducting your evaluation with it. Literally, she said, and I disassociate it. What?
Isn't that like what a fractured mind is about too? Because they say like you fracture your brain and you split off into like multiple personalities to block out the other personality. So how in the hell? Because I've said the same thing, Michelle. How would a Jasmine remember what Maria did last night to cover for Maria?
And just according to them, you would more or less kind of, it's not even a zone out. You literally don't even remember that you're, I guess, morphing into the other personality, or kind of however that goes, transitioning, whatever. But just going off of them, like they all say, like there's either a blackout that occurs, or they normally just don't remember. You know what I mean? Like they definitely cannot just tell you, hey, I went from Harmony to Taylor, and then I was like, no, Maria, you check in because I want to snipe somebody's ass. Like, no, it's those evaluations are just like, they are as annoying as the phone calls. A patient is literally telling them back, and then she comes in and she fills in according to the timeline, because you're going to have footage of that. So, I know I went from the car back to the house and back around again, but I think that's when I went back into Taylor, or that's when I asked for Taylor. You're just like, what in the world?
Pete, Jim, I feel like the judge was actually like, in this time around, is even like coaxing her to testify. Like, go ahead. You have the right to say whatever you want to say. Take the stand and go ahead and do it. Just shut up while you're sitting there. Okay, good. We'll go on now.
That's it.
If Dr. Lewis brings up Dr. Carlisle being her mentor, I'll roll my eyes even more.
Yes.
They did say that the one professional, I don't remember which doctor it was that was up there now, but they said that that it's possible that they would know of another one, but typically they only experience like the time lapses and don't really understand like the time, like where their time went, and they would be complaining to other people that they've lost time.
Yeah. And then they also said like family would have picked up on things like that. That's why they really wanted to talk to Al, and especially Harley, and that's where I'm disappointed in Harley kind of for not speaking up on that end, because
I don't think she knew yet.
Right, possibly because of the mental health situation, and how for the ones that actually do believe that this woman has mental health issues, or disassociate. I'm going to say that all wrong, but I feel
DID.
like DID. Right.
She has the did.
She has the did. She does.
That's what I call it, the did.
Well, wasn't she trying to use the excuse of STDs too?
Oh my gosh, her attorney talks about her STDs, her abortions, or miscarriages. I don't know what that was. That was interesting. I was like, dang, you just like totally called her. You called her some names without calling her some names, by the way.
So wait.
I think he's like trying to like go that route of like, how they say if you have syphilis and it goes untreated, like it'll make a person lose their mind. And it's like, I think where he was trying to go.
Maybe.
But I don't know.
I was screaming, oh my OMG, attorney, can you just say did? Hey, Wolfie. Everybody throw Wolfie a snack.
Oh, hey, Wolfie.
Sybil faked it too. We all know the movie Primal Fear, and it's got Edward Norton who fakes his whole thing.
Yep.
Even on the stand, he fakes it. And then, but then he does Fight Club, which is what I perceive how Leticia is more so. Like that's her way of being all crazy. You know what I mean? Like she has Fight Club. So she's like, I saw this guy, he was on the bed and he had a cape and I didn't know it was Gannon. Okay, so let me backtrack. What do you guys think of the fact that she's saying that he was playing a hiding challenge and that he was alive and in the house when the cops were there?
No. The fact that they would even try to use that and think that that would I don't think that
Ridiculous.
works. Like, of all the things you can come up with, that's what you want to come up with? Really?
That was probably one of the most ridiculous stories that she has yet to put out there. And I'm just going to be like, that is just
The
that
hiding
makes
challenge. And the kids have their YouTube, so you know that this is what they do on like YouTube. But we've taught them to be safe and don't hide in places that you could get hurt and so on and so forth. But and then she's like, I watched the video with my attorneys like over and over again, and like I can see him and I know where he was hiding.
Right.
And then none of this actually happened until overnight on the 28th. So nothing bad had happened to Gannon until after she called the cops that he was missing.
Right.
Anything true in any of this new story? She's so
Nope.
not a
Right.
thing. Not a thing.
Nope.
Appreciate, baby.
Oh,
What
Brandy wine.
I will say real quick, he was in that house at the time. I think that's the only thing true, but he
Yeah.
was already gone,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
He was in the house for sure. Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Why do you
That's-
think she wants
oh,
to say
yeah.
that Lena helped?
Okay, help me understand how she thought that that was going to work. Unless, God forbid, we don't know yet that baby had some type of encounter.
Mhm, mhm.
Saw something. I pray to God that she didn't. But if she didn't, how did Leticia think that was going to go over? Did she not think that they were going to go to Al and find out from Lena if that story was true?
That's that narcissistic. She thinks that she can rule the world with her lies, literally, because she's believable, because she's just this angelic type person who would never do anything like this, because she took care of the kids. She was the one that did everything. So why would she do this? She believes her own, for sure. And the fact that she does use Lena in this, like, that was probably one of the most disgusting parts for me, outside of what I feel like she is trying to do with Harley too. But right, like you said, Brett, what happens if, or when we find out that Lena maybe did carry something, or did this sick, crazy have her help her pull that thing? Like, who knows? Just so that Lena's DNA was on it too. Who knows?
Something about that light switch, man, because she brought up that Lena helped clean the light switches, and I thought that was a very weird thing to say too. Hi, Rena. Nice to see you. Thank you for stopping by.
Hey, Rena. Hey, Connie. I didn't say hi to you.
I got way behind.
I think Glenjamin's here too. Hold on.
Hi, Glenjamin. I don't know. My chat like froze. Oh yeah, I'm like way behind. Sorry, you guys.
Hey, Kiko.
Do you think we will hear his little sis interview because she was there the whole time? No, they only have one more witness after Dr. Torres, and then they're resting. The state's resting now. Could we hear something from any of those people on a rebuttal after the defense? Maybe, but I think that, in my opinion, the prosecution thinks that they have already convinced the jury that she's guilty. And so the only rebuttal I really see being a huge thing, it has to come to the insanity part. I think that's why the doctors are coming up at the end of everything, so that they hear the doctors right next to the doctors of the defense, and then any rebuttal would be just on the insanity part, is my opinion.
Because that's a lot to take in. Michael Allen did a great job. He laid out all the emotional. He laid out, Gannon's life and the timeline for the most part, and things like that, and all the investigational stuff. And then once we kind of hit all the mental illness stuff, their plan is to make sure Dorothy Lewis leaves a very long lasting impression on them. And
I think they've done an amazing job personally.
They've done a great job. But when you think about being a juror, and it's, let's say you have no clue about any of this mental health stuff, and a lot of these words are big, and it's hard to put things together and things like that. And they've already heard so much and have been there for so long. And, so now they have 4, 5, 6 experts line up for the prosecution. So they take all this in, and, they're trying to process that. And then boom, the defense comes in with theirs, and they hit you with this predominant Dr. Lewis, and then they're like this. Like,
there's Sleuth Mom.
Hey, Sleuth Mom. Shmita.
Sorry.
I was talking to you earlier, but you weren't here. You know, I was dissociating, and I thought that maybe you were here,
Right.
so I was talking to you, but then I realized that was probably just Maria that was talking. It wasn't really. Hi, Shmita.
Hi, Shmita. Good to see you. I do it too, T. I'll talk to Sleuth Mom and Crime Curious before they're even in my chat.
I'm sending mental telepathy, like to show up, like come over. The jury has asked some fantastic questions, and
Yes.
somebody else said I don't believe that the jury is buying anything that she's saying.
Not a
And I
thing.
think the last witness is probably going to be Dr. Gray. That's the only one I could really think of that they would put up there. I don't know anybody else that's even left on the witness list that would help the prosecution at this moment in time, unless they had somebody from Leticia's childhood that was going to dispute any childhood traumas.
Okay.
That would be the only
Yeah.
thing. But I also think, as I was talking about this on Crime Curious the other night too, only people that the defense, in my opinion, are going to call is Dr. Niederhauser, who's the psychiatrist who prescribed the antidepressants and stuff like that in the December before, where they were talking that she was stressed and suffered from anxiety and panic. And then I think the defense should call somebody from her childhood that backs up the trauma story from the childhood. Like Sniper saying, DID is typically from trauma beginning under the age of 5. Well, her trauma supposedly doesn't really start yet, because she has the mom's boyfriend that does the fighting and the beating up of the mom, but that's when she's a little younger. And then she has the stepdad who's abusive, but that's also not under the age of 5. So all of these little pieces that these psychiatrists and psychologists are coming up here and saying, it's like, yes, this is possible, but it's very rare. So Leticia would have to line up with all the very rare symptoms of an already very rare disorder. Ooh, yeah, well, it'll be an interesting testimony. What do you guys think about Dr. Lewis? Have you guys watched the Crazy Not Insane documentary? I have not. I'm going to be clear. I have not. I was supposed to, and I didn't do it.
I haven't, but I'm semi-familiar with her, and I lost all respect for her on this one.
Yeah. I have not, but thanks to Jen Liu, I feel like I have.
Yeah.
And I am 100% with Michelle. I cannot believe that she's choosing this hill to be her hill to die on. I can't.
And I personally feel, and I'm not, and this is no knock on her career or her success, any of that, or any work that she's done anywhere else. But I just feel like she hasn't been and this is just another, everybody's looking for clout these days. It's just so crazy. You know what I mean? Like, and I just feel like this is a name for her. And for her to be the one to, I'm sorry, guys, like after listening to what we listened to and watching what we have watched, I don't know how anybody, let alone someone at the line that she is, or at the level that she is really going to take this on and get up on stand and say that she was legally insane at the time that she killed Gannon.
No.
I can't wrap my mind around it.
Me either.
I don't know.
They're going to set the precedent of the evaluation by Dr. Niederhauser. That's where it's going to start.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's going to go into Dr. Lewis and that whole evaluation. So a couple questions real quick. So Lena is on the witness list. That does not mean that she's going to testify, obviously, because they had, and Sleuth Mom knows these numbers like the back of her hand, but it's like they had 112 on the list, and 62 of them have actually testified.
Oh, wow.
So, and they only have one left. So obviously there's a whole bunch of people they're not actually calling.
But do you think they would play her interview? But would they have to count it that way? Like, would they actually have to, would Lena actually have to come up there in order for them to play her video?
It's tough because one, it's Colorado and I don't know all the laws there, but they can play the video, but there's a couple issues with that. So they can play the video if the way to kind of get around it, in my opinion, would be the doctor or the person who was actually conducting it would be testifying about it, because technically the defendant has the right to see their accusers and has the right to face them, but a judge can put the child's welfare above it. So, and states are all kind of different in those little tiny gray areas, and so I really don't know. At this point, I don't think they're going to do anything with Lena. I just don't.
Yeah.
I think that would have already been done. I think they've put enough into evidence saying, like, so you interviewed Lena, or not you interviewed, you saw the interview with Lena, you know, the younger sister, or things like that. Like, did you take that into consideration or whatever? I don't.
I mean, I would hate for that to happen for Lena if she would actually have to go in there. Let's say that they are going to do this. I would hate for that for Lena. But I mean, if whatever's in that video or whatever interviews that they have of her, if it could help with something, I just don't think it's much. She's a little girl. She was a little girl then. What she's going to remember versus what Harley would remember, for me, I think it would just be two separate things, you know, not completely separate, but.
Sorry, Michelle. Didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you didn't.
I'm so bad about it. Like, I'll get ahead of myself. I'm so excited talking about this stuff. But
I do the same thing.
We get all excited and a little.
Yeah. If you ask me something, I'm on the spot. I have nothing to say. But with her, like,
we're from like a whole generation of we're going to forget it if we don't say it right then and there, and which causes a lot of issues on a YouTube stream of we're trying to all say something, because if I have something to say, I know if I don't say it right then, I'm like, wait, what was I going to say?
I forget all the time. I was just going to say, and I think other people have said this too, if they did, like, somehow bring her, wouldn't they? It would probably be more of a recording, right? Like a video of her. Surely they wouldn't put a little kid on the stand in front of everybody like that.
They can. That last trial I watched, that Zachariah Anderson, they put his daughter, who was 14, but she was 11 at the time of the crime.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So they put her on the stand right there. So it had cameras in the courtroom, but they did not show her. You could hear her testimony, but you couldn't see her. That's another one I thought landed, but I don't know if these guys have anything to offer to be the final one. That's my thing. It's like your last one's going to have to leave an impression.
Yes.
So is it Landon because they want to leave the impression of Gannon, which is possible?
And actually would be a really good one.
They end with Gannon, you know what I mean? Or they end with Landon.
Yeah. And that wouldn't be a bad way to go, you know?
We're talking about Leticia Stauch. Yeah, they don't need her to convict. That's kind of, and I don't think they need Landon to convict.
Oh,
I don't know if they technically need Dr. Gray, because I don't know what he would have to offer at this point. Let's pull up the witness list and see if we can find anybody that we think would be imperative to the whole thing. Because I can't think of anybody. Dr. Gray, just because he's another doctor and like, hey, let's throw all the doctors on at once, is really what I was thinking.
Like stack the doctors up that have dealt with her, even the most minimal ones, add them so that we have this big expert to go up against. And you know what? We don't have that. So we're just going to give you a whole lot of everybody to show you that one opinion versus 6 or 7. Now you guys can go with that.
Yep.
You know.
Hey, y'all's daughter. And yeah, Amanda Page, that's what I do. Like, especially if it's a lot of us on panel, I will write my points down. Like if it's something major.
I probably need to do that. Okay, let me see if I'll share this so then you guys can see it too.
Can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Allison.
I should go through and like mark off who actually has testified. I don't even think I could remember all of them though. So
Wow.
this is, Sleuth Mom, did you do that? Did you like mark down who it was and that's how you're keeping track?
That is a big list of people.
This is just the lay witnesses. So like that's Aunt Brenda. I don't remember anybody named Brooke testifying yet. No Celeste, no Adam. Amy Bolton, nope. Jamie Borders, Cynthia Brower, Brandon, nope. That's Landon's brother. Brett, Luke, Courtney, Sean, Roderick. That's the neighbor with all the footage. I think they got all his footage brought in basically under all the cops and stuff. They didn't even play his actual footage. They just talk about it. So that's interesting too. I wonder if they got rid of him because he went on the news and they have stated that he possibly got paid for his interviews. So I wonder if they got rid of that.
Makes sense. You don't want that on the cross.
So let me see who else. I don't like
thank you,
these names. They just don't. They're not ringing any bell for like the lay people. Harley, obviously, yes.
Oh wait, someone actually did ask that question. Maybe it was Muscles and Mascara. Do you think that Harley is going to come back? Like, do you think?
I don't think the defense would be wise to call her back at this time.
I agree.
No.
I just don't.
Mm-mm.
They need her mom, her Aunt Brenda, the ladies that one of the ladies that she was staying with, either that Amy or that Dee Dee. They need those people to say one about the childhood trauma and all the things that happened when she was young, and then they need somebody. And this is my opinion. They need somebody from after Gannon went missing that she was with that could testify to these things that she's saying. You know, when I was there and they were asking me like, what is wrong? Like, what is wrong with you? What are you talking about? It's going to come back to life and you're going to do what do you even mean? Like, you sound insane. One of those people who can say, yeah, she did say these weird things to me, something that would validate her bullshit.
Yes.
And if they can't put anybody up there besides this doctor who gives her anxiety meds and then the next doctor who says, oh yeah, she's totally got did. I don't see it. Hi, ATS.
Hey, ATS.
So that's her mom and her, I think that's her stepsister. That's her stepsister. That's your step. That's Dakota. He testified. So Ian and Nicole Marks are the neighbors that that were friends with Al and Leticia, and that's how Al met Heather, was through this couple right here. They're not testifying because there's only one, so I don't see. They're not going to do any good. Nicole's the neighbor, so we heard her. There's Al. He testified. Hey, there's a Tyler. Is that Taylor's husband, Tyler? Do they have 3 kids?
Make me Google this name.
Adriana, whatever the 3 A's, the 3 daughters. And then there was Spencer. Okay, so then law enforcement. I wouldn't even be able to tell you their names. The district attorney's office. Investigators from the district attorney's office. I want to go to the experts. Let's see if there's an expert that we didn't see. The Rhode Island cops, they came in already. There's no reason for any of those guys to come back. Santa Rosa cops, they were already there. The search and rescue, I don't remember that. Experts, Dr. Kim Look. Do we have a Dr. Kim Look?
I don't remember Kim Look.
I don't either. Or Dr. Hal Wurtzel.
I definitely don't remember that one.
Yeah, he did remarry, but in my mind, before the trial started, I always thought he married Heather. And then I realized that was that's a totally different chick. He'd already moved on from that relationship and got another one. So here's Dr. Thomas Gray, Jackie, Hashimoto. Do we have a Hashimoto? We don't have a Hashimoto that's testified, do we?
No.
Mm-mm.
But the name does sound familiar.
Well, Grimmett is the one that was from the prison.
Right. Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Wait. But who's the one that did the other evaluation? The second competency.
Is that day 14 or 15? That might either be day 13 or 11. We have Dr. Jackie Grimmett. We have she went on for a while. Dr. Christine Moore.
Yeah, I don't see her on here.
Nope.
Oh yeah, let me see. Oh yeah, here it is, Dr. Christine Moore. She's right here. She's from the El Paso Criminal Justice Center.
There's Jim. I talked her up.
Jim Lou. See, you called her. You said her name.
Jim Lou, where are you?
Right.
Someone brought up Hashimoto on the stand.
Okay, I was going to say that name definitely was somewhere.
Mentioned but not appeared. Yeah, it didn't testify. Other witnesses referenced her though. Torres and Gray did their report together, which is why I'm thinking, would they bring up Dr. Gray? Would that even be important to do?
But it sounded like that's what they were lining the testimonies up for, right? To give Dr. Gray's end of it.
But is Dr. Gray's opinion going to be different than Dr. Torres's when they did the report together? Is that enough to make it a big deal? We already had that. We already had the medical examiner. Holly Weirstein. I think Christine Moore actually references her because that's who she said something to about something else. Dr. Leon Kelly. I don't remember that name either. That's from the coroner's office. So they're not bringing back anybody from the coroner's office. So I don't know who this Dr. Kim Look and this Dr. Hal Wartzel are. Anybody in chat?
Yeah, I don't think you can. I think did Shay give memberships? Something happened. People are saying thank you to Shay.
Oh, did you, Shay?
Oh,
Thank you.
Shay, baby.
I wish
We
I could
adore
see
you.
it.
Thank you.
Hold on. I shall find you. Thank you, Shay.
Hey, Pepper. Didn't see you.
Hi, Ash.
We are
yeah,
Cody's voice.
Dr. Kim Look and Dr. Hal Wartzel. I'm interested in who they are.
We are Cody's voice. If that's for Cody Bigsby, if it is, I'm going to drop my email in the chat. Would you be able to reach out to me?
Hold on, I'm
That sounds
missing
like
where
real
you're at.
strange. I just
Sheba
saw.
maybe get to 20 memberships, girl. Thank
Oh,
you.
Thank you,
Dr.
baby.
Gray's male.
T done got Oprah'd.
Oh, Yvette said that the last witness is female, and he asked if they were, and the judge asked if they were in town, and the DA said yes.
That is true.
They were asking the DA, so it's female. Dr. Gray's a male.
Hi,
It's
I've
Thomas,
learned a
right?
lot.
Hey, Princess Megan Elsa.
There's our favorite princess on
Megan
YouTube.
Elsa. We are Cody's voice. I love that.
Okay, I'm going to drop it for you, baby.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Yeah.
And I
Very
know that's one that's very close to Michelle's heart, so we'd absolutely do it. Oh, it's C-Dub. C-Dub missed out.
Thank you, Delana, so much. I appreciate that very much.
Well, C-Dub, just know you've been one of our literal ride or dies and number one, so you get your own special level, okay? We love you that much.
C-Dub, you want me to make you blue? I'll make you blue.
There, yes.
I remember C-Dub
Looks
from
good in blue.
the Watts case. Like C-Dub for a long time.
C-Dub and ATS, an entire weekend. I started off with C-Dub's video because she takes you all around so you can have a lay of the land and understand. And I'm a visual that way. And then I went to Amber at ATS and all her little details that she picked up. And it's the way she kind of covered the case for me. I just all weekend long binged that and was able to literally visualize everything. And it was so awesome.
She did the video of the lazy dogs, and I don't even want to go back to watch, so I don't want to stay there for too long. But because I easily get confused on the lazy dogs, I would have to go back and refer to her video, and then I could come back and argue with people in Facebook groups. This is back in the day. I don't do it anymore, but every time I'd be like, nope, I'm going to tell you right now, this is how it is.
And C-Dub is so thorough that anything that she puts out, she then already crossed those T's, marked those I's, and circled back again and did it again. You know that you're getting factual. This is definitely, that was to the right, that was to the left, and that went down that road. And yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love you too, Miss Italy. C-Dub, Amber, ATS, and CDT were my go-to for Watts. I watched them all the time.
Oh, Kelly did amazing too. And then their joint coverage alone was amazing. I remember at one point she had got CDT had gotten some type of dump of photos and things like that, and she was just trying to sort through them. And there's some interesting things in there, and I caught that live for a while.
Hey, NorCal Jim.
NorCal. Oh, thank you.
Emmy.
So I went in and gave C-Dub a wrench, and Jen Liu Jen Lou, are you? I'm gonna have to look because do you use two different accounts? One is Jen Lou and one is the Ward case studies. Because I think the Ward case studies is a wrench on the channel,
It is.
and I think I've always just thought you had a wrench. I just always thought you had a wrench until I'm looking at it right now, and I'm like, why is she green and not blue? But I'm like, I think I did the Ward case studies as a wrench.
Now you have two, Jen. You're
Yeah,
extra cool.
you can come on either channel. You can come from either channel, and you totally have it.
Oh, hey, NorCal.
That's funny though, because if I hadn't gone to look right there, I don't think I would have ever known. Because you don't see blue on StreamYard, so I didn't. She's just always had a wrench to me.
T, were you able to get to Grandma Bunny yet?
No, I didn't. I was too busy looking at how I screwed things up. Aw, Grandma Bunny. Thank you very much.
I've been meaning to give Michelle a wrench. Like that, I thought Michelle had a wrench as long as you have.
It's weird because that's just what I thought.
You know what? I think it was for the one night when I went into your backup channel, and like that was a great night. We had that was a lot of fun. That panel night was really, really fun.
Did I wrench you on the backup? Is that why
Yeah.
I thought?
I think so.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, while I'm in here, I'm gonna drop the link. If you guys want to come up and chat about anything, you can come up and chat about Wes. You can come chat about lovely Lori. So Chad. So let me back up to Lori just a second. So rumor has it that the prosecution is going to be resting on Lori Vallow's case the beginning of this coming week.
I heard that. I'm shocked. Oh my God. I couldn't believe it when I heard that, like so quickly.
Yeah, they're about done. They're about done, and then it's going to go to the defense. And then depending on how long the defense goes, so Chad has a status hearing on May 4th, which is Tammy Daybell's birthday. I just love the irony in that. And typically the status hearing is they're going to set they're going to make sure that everybody's ready for trial and see kind of where everything's at. They could set that trial for like right after Lori's is done if Pryor has been able to do the testing that was necessary for the hair. Because if you remember, the hair was not sent to DNA correctly or something along those lines. And the prosecution didn't get it to the defense. So there's a hair that was on the duct tape in JJ's body bag that did not get processed correctly or sent to the defense attorneys to be able to process it. And so that's how John Pryor got Chad a separate trial. And that's also, and since Lori had not waived her right to a speedy trial, that means that it's what got her death penalty reduced, was because of this one hair.
Well, Teresa, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm good. I'm done.
I just wanted to run this by you because now I've already asked a couple people and they all say it's perfectly legal, but it drives me nuts that Chad's attorneys can, like they said Gigi said that his attorneys have been there every day. And by watching Lori's trial, it's almost like the playbook has been handed to him, like his attorneys, the prosecutor's playbook. So I'll be interested to see how the prosecutors are going to change it up for Chad's trial. You know what I mean? Because they pretty much are seeing everything that they have against Lori, which would also be against Chad.
So, a couple things. Thank you, Jordan. I really appreciate that, and I adore you. Hi, Jen Lou. Welcome.
Hi.
And hi, Salty C. I'm glad you got out of work early on this lovely Saturday. It's too nice to be at work. Hi, Seth.
It's so gross here, you guys. It's raining. It's thundering. It's disgusting. I'm so upset.
Oh, there's my beautiful Jen Lou. Yay.
Hi.
Logical One says, why isn't Leticia's case being handled federally since she crossed state lines? I'm not clear on why that's not happening. What are your thoughts on that, lovely Jen?
None of us are. None of us know. She could have been tried. She could have. been tried federally if they'd wanted to. For whatever reason, the feds let Colorado do it. So
Oh, wow.
that's how it is. I don't know why. I don't know. Like, I know what the criteria is, but I don't understand how they make their decision based on the criteria.
Your
How
team
would
says
you
they don't like murder cases.
That's also true.
I think my opinion is because the crime itself, the main crimes, because she was charged with multiple types of or ways of murder because of the different weapons, that primarily happened in Colorado Springs in Colorado. What happened in Florida doesn't really outweigh it, nor could they do more. So like somebody mentioned that Florida has the death penalty, but that would not weigh because that's not what she actually did in Florida. She didn't kill anybody in Florida. You know what I'm saying?
No, she didn't. No, so they wouldn't. Florida won't take it because
Yeah.
they would want to have her on the most serious charge, which would be the first degree murder, because that carries the highest penalty. And had they recovered Gannon and found water in his lungs, this would be a completely different story, because I do believe that at that point, I do believe Colorado would have let Florida take it. If
yeah,
they could
because
prove.
they could have the
Mhm.
death penalty. Absolutely.
And Florida would have given it to her because there's all kinds of special circumstances surrounding Gannon's case. So yeah.
I don't think that there's anything that Florida really had to offer at that point. And the feds, I think they don't like murder cases. It's not something that they really want to get into. If they can allow a state to take the majority of it, they typically would. Now, if something happened in Colorado I'll bring up Marcus Spanavello, who is Cassie Carley, the ex that killed Cassie Carley and brought her over state lines and put her in the barn from Florida. Florida could not make the case as well as wait, crap, I can't even think of the state that he took her to now all of a sudden. Where did he take her to? It's not Georgia.
Alabama.
Did he take her to, oh, we lost Britt. I thought she was doing so well.
She was.
She well.
Yes, I think Michelle is right. I think it's Bama. I think he took her to Alabama. Yeah.
Michelle,
Can y'all hear that rain?
And then they actually did bump that up to federal because of the crossing of the state lines. But I think that truly has to do with what they can and can't prove based in Florida. They can't prove that she was actually killed in Florida, but they can prove the things that happened federally, and they can prove what happened in Alabama. So I think that's kind of the thing. Colorado could absolutely prove what happened in Colorado.
Well, yeah, because the house.
Right.
C-Dub may be making some Gannon case videos for Crime Curious with the important sites. That would be awesome.
Ooh.
Yes. That would be amazing.
There she is. We were just saying you were doing so well, Britt. You stayed up here the whole time.
I know. And then I came up and she's like, bye.
I was trying to figure out how to go into your YouTube channel, say hey to people in the comments, and threw myself
You can't.
off. So I give up. Yeah.
You can't unless you're on a computer.
Mhm. Well, hey everybody who's been so sweet. I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring anybody.
It's definitely much harder when you're trying to be on somebody else's panel, and then I have the bad habit of trying to click on people's comments when I'm on other people's StreamYards. So I do have to
I literally did that with I just tried to click Jordan Thomas's comment like 2 seconds ago. So yeah.
Okay, hold on. Alabama?
No, it was maybe one up before that, I think. I was trying to highlight it.
Oh, here we go.
That's
Jen, did you hear about the triple murder in Marion County?
I have, yes.
What is that about?
So this is this one's kind of a messed up one. So there were 6 teenagers together and they were committing crimes together. They were robbing people together. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then three turned on the other three. And one of the ones that turned is a 12-year-old. And yeah. But the thing is, this is the case that caused that one specific creator to say that one specific thing, and people were like, yeah. Think about it. It'll click. It's clicking for everybody in the chat. I can hear it. Yeah, because I was especially like, whoa, when it was said. So that's that case. And the thing is, we don't, at that time when that was said, and even now it's not, I don't know any more about it because I've been too busy with Leticia and Vallow, but to be looking into it. But there's something about the 12-year-old that doesn't quite sit right with me, because 12 is very young, and these were older kids. These were 15, 16, and 17-year-olds. That's a big gap.
Yes.
And I would be interested to know exactly what this 12-year-old kid's role was, if any, because I think that there's been some argument made that the 12-year-old was under duress, that he didn't want to do anything, that he was, so I'm waiting to see. And that's kind of, you all know how my approach to crimes. I pay attention, I sit back and I watch and I wait and see before I make all kinds of, judgments, because he's 12. He's a kid.
I like the way you handle young adults. You do.
Thank you.
You sit back and you actually, I get very frustrated sometimes in other chats and things like that. And whenever I know Jen Lou's up there, I know that a young adult child will be very much, the brain and the whole mentality of them will be very much explained.
Yeah. Like it took me a while to come around to Aiden Fucci, and I needed to understand exactly what he had done and what he said about what he had done before I was ready to talk about what I think his sentence should be. Do you know what I mean?
Is the 12-year-old somebody's sibling?
Don't get me lying. I feel like there is a connection there somewhere. But like I said, then, all hell broke loose with Leticia, and these calls got dropped. And you just sit there and you listen to it, and on a rational level that nothing she says in these calls are true. So that's irritating, right? Because she's lying her entire face off, right? Mm-hmm. But then she continues to do it for so long, hours and hours, and then lies. Even her lies lie.
Yes.
It's so much.
She would do it for years if they hadn't found Gannon.
Yes. And I'm just like, I sit there and I'm listening to her. And listen, me and Alice, our relationship ain't so great right now because of Leticia. So that's another thing I'm blaming Leticia for. Because Alice, I'd be yelling at the TV, what are you talking about? That didn't happen. And Alice was like, Mom, it's not in the now. She cannot hear you. And I'm taking a nap. She's very tired of my shit.
Yeah, because Alice is like this crazy woman on the television or on the laptop, on my mom's laptop, is making her nuts, literally from the inside out, because that's what Leticia does to us. So all of our animals are affected right now. She's affecting our lives, guys.
I'm telling you guys, we should totally draft up a class action lawsuit. It's not going to go anywhere. I just want to fuck with her the way she's fucked with so many other people.
Jen, sign me up. Do it.
And the way that I have to give it to Al too, he has the patience of a saint to sit there and just take her shit. Well, there was one point, oh God, I hadn't got to talk to y'all. I've missed y'all. There was one point in the freaking audio in the phone call where she just takes his manhood and throws it across the yard. She's like, I find it funny that you'll let all the people at work dog you, but you'll sit here and talk crap to me. And you won't even protect your family at Burger King, but you'll talk crap to me. And I was like, the audacity of the, like, this girl makes me have thoughts that are going to get me in trouble. Like, if I acted on them, I'd go to jail because
Thoughts
you
aren't
that little
illegal,
kid.
Britt. Actions are. Just remember that. I'm free to have all the thoughts that I want to.
Meditated part. You gotta be
Correct.
careful with that.
I
You
just
can't have
believe she
thoughts
talked
and
to me.
actions together, but you put the thoughts and the actions together, you got premeditation. But even then, premeditation's such a wonky thing. Like, you don't even, it isn't, there's no time limit on that crap. It could be a second. And they could still charge you.
And yeah, Jordan, all she cared about was she's going to have the audacity to say, do you want to be with somebody else? Are you with
Brilliant.
somebody else?
This right now.
That's all she cared about.
That's all. Well, see, for Leticia, I cannot even begin to tell you guys the mental gymnastics that it has taken me to try to get inside that crazy woman's head, for reals, because her thought process is so, her logic is so circular. And that is one of my biggest pet peeves, is somebody arguing a point and belaboring a point, but their logic is circular. It makes no sense. There's nothing. She's nowhere near the vicinity of reality. Like, it's going to take the light from reality 11 billion light years to reach her ass. That's how away from reality she is. She's ridiculous.
Yes, she is.
And she gaslights. But those phone calls did give a lot of insight, in my opinion, about what that household was like. I don't think that Al needed as much help, and I know he didn't because the FBI agent said so, talking Maniac down in the way that he did. Like, you could tell he was used to handling her and her shenanigans and her gaslighting and just the things that she does, you know?
He's dealt with this before. He's even, you can see that he's engaged in it too at a certain point, because he couldn't help himself at a certain point. He even went down her stupid lane a couple times, but because she gaslights so damn bad, and she could do that.
Well, I think some of it, to be fair, which I usually try to be, there is a level on Al's part of game playing. And the fact of the matter is, they were doomed from the start, because not only was she Landon's friend, right, but she was the mistress for a minute, right? But now she's the wife.
Ooh,
and now she knows exactly how Al treats his wife. So she's not going to trust him. And likewise, he won't trust her, because what kind of a person hooks up with a married man? It's like, this was doomed from the beginning. I can't even believe it lasted as long as it did. Frankly, that's just the truth, you know? So this was always going to end badly. And I think, you know, a lot of, even myself, there's been times when I've said, how could Al leave his kids with her? Not because she was ever, I mean, look, the truth of the matter is, she did get hired to teach. Okay. So she passed background checks, you know, and if the school system trusted her, you know, that for most people, that would be enough. It's not enough for me, but for more rational, sane people, it probably would be. I do too much crime to trust anybody. I don't give a rat's fat kneecap what a background check says. That just means you ain't been caught. I'm gonna still side-eye you. You ain't in the clear.
Right.
So, but then I think to myself, you know, on some level, Al had to have known that at the very least, she was like verbally and emotionally abusive, because of, I mean, hello, have you met Leticia? That's like her go-to, is, you know, manipulating and abusing verbally. And I just don't think, I think they had a lot of fights about it, because I think that Gannon probably told Landon what was going on, and Landon, like a mom should, advocated what Gannon was telling her and advocated for her children, and went to Al with it. And then that caused fights between Al and Leticia, but it also caused Gannon to become, I think, the target for Leticia's. And I think that she wanted to cut the last cord, as it were, between Landon and Al by removing Gannon. Why she doesn't consider Lena, I don't get that. But that's her thinking.
No, because I think exactly what you just said, that Gannon was reporting back to Landon about what was going on. It finally, after Al had seen it probably maybe one time too many or whatever, I think everything you just said, and right after that is when her line was determined. You know what I mean? And that extra either set her off, pissed her off, because she wasn't in that, she was being restricted. And Leticia shouldn't be restricted because she wants to be the mom and she does everything for the kids, and Landon does nothing. And, you know, because she felt like she was owed something in that, you know?
She's very entitled.
Yes.
And like her, in all of the things that she says over the various 11 billion interviews, phone calls, etc., it's always I, me, I do everything. And basically, if everybody could just accept that I am a ball of wonderful and that the world is a much better and brighter place because of me, this never would have happened. So at the end of the day, it's still not my fault. It's really your fault. And even when she's quote unquote confessing, she still blames Gannon. If Gannon hadn't have put that blanket around him, if he hadn't have stood up on the bed, I wouldn't have, you know, like,
Yeah,
what?
it's still somebody else's fault.
It's still somebody. She's confessing, and I'm using air quotes, but y'all can't see, and rolling my eyes. You can't see that either. But it's somebody else's fault.
Right.
It's
It's
ridiculous.
his fault or somebody else's fault as she is morphing into another personality. That's the best part.
Correct.
She
Correct.
understands all of these things that are going on and everything that is supposed to align with her DID. None of that aligns. It just doesn't.
No, and I thought that, hold on, I'm trying to get this door to stay open. Okay, there we go.
So folks that cheat when they end up with the person they were cheating with won't admit they cheated for a worthless prize. So this was, Shelly, I went into this thinking that Al was cheating on Landon. Well, assuming, I should say, that Al was cheating on Landon. I think it's become pretty clear. No, different one, Tiffany. But it's been pretty clear to me that they had separated. They had not actually gone through the divorce yet, but Al was dating Tisha and Landon was already dating Mike. So I don't actually think there was any cheating as in that they were still in a committed relationship. Cheating as in, yes, they were actually still married.
Yeah, but there's a girl code. And
there absolutely is. Well,
that she completely violated girl code. And for that alone, if that's all she did, she still would be kicked off the girl team. I wouldn't have her at all. I wouldn't claim her. But then she went the extra mile.
Yep.
Then she went the extra mile. So fuck her.
No
I can't
whatsoever.
I have no patience for her at all. None.
And at this point, I think we're literally all done with her shit, that even when we're listening to the experts say basically everything that we're thinking anyway, like that this is all bullshit. You're just like, oh my goodness. Like I don't know, guys. She's all up in my world right now. And she makes me feel things that I just should not. And it's not, it's not normal.
So Jen, do you prefer to watch or listen to the Stauch trial or the Vallow trial? Which one gets you, which one do you prefer to listen to?
Well, I must confess that while I find the theme of the Vallow Daybell trial more intriguing, I would be lying if I didn't say the problem I'm having is there is no visual.
Yes.
That's what I'm having a trouble with, because part of the experience of the trial is watching the witness and watching the defendant when the witnesses are testifying. For me, anyway, that's just how I feel about it. So, what ends up happening is I have to take the Vallow trial in sections, and I listen to it while I shower. So let me just say this: I've listened to a total of about, I don't know, 7-8 hours of the Vallow trial. I have to skip around a lot.
That's one thing about the Vallow trial, though, is that they're actually only in court for about 5 hours of actual testimony, if even. There's
Yeah,
a lot
I just
into that, but it's not it. I don't know. I feel like the Stauch trial, and I haven't recorded any of them, so I technically don't know, but this is how I feel. I feel like the Stauch trial is longer and more happening in the day, and that Vallow has a lot compacted into short days, and that West has not anything compacted into medium days. They just have, they really just, they bring, in my opinion, the West trial is just, I don't even know what's going to happen. I don't even know what's going to happen there. There's not, I need something to happen there. 'Cause
Trial
otherwise
is
it's so
like the
bad.
investigation, just lackluster and nothing.
Hi, Abby.
it just makes me it just makes me I just get frustrated because I feel like we are actually, if really getting a lot of new information or things we didn't know in both trials. There's a lot of dots that have been connected in the in Stauch's trial for sure, and there are dots connected in Vallow's trial. And when I was on my way up, I heard Brittany talking about Chad's attorney being in the audience, and
We never even addressed that. Brittany, where the heck are you? Get back over here.
I think she was thinking that it was like an unfair advantage on behalf of his lawyer. But I'm going to tell you guys this, a little bit it kind of is. And that's just kind of why the prosecutor was like, why are you severing the trials? But it's also an advantage to the prosecution as well, because depending on the outcome of the Vallow trial, they will adjust for the Daybell trial. And I know that her legal married name is Vallow Daybell, but she wants to be called that. And because I am petty, I will continue to call her Lori Vallow.
I only call her Lori Vallow.
Because I know she doesn't like it, and I'm petty like that. I don't care. Fuck what you want, Lori. JJ and Tylee wanted to live, and you didn't care about that. So too bad, so sad. I don't feel bad for you.
I don't even
I'll
know
call
if
you
her name
whatever
is
I want.
legally changed. That's another thing is, I don't know if, you know, because she's legally married, but did she actually legally change her name? I've never seen that documentation, one. And two, she's Vallow and he's Daybell. And it makes it easier to be able to follow separately. Vallow did this, Daybell did this, you know, or this is what's happening in those trials. So that's how I keep them separated. Sorry, it just in my head. I know, right? So I listen to Vallow at night typically. I actually made a conscious choice not to listen to the autopsy stuff until the next day because I just knew I was already under too much stress and I was like, I'll never go to bed. So I actually made a conscious choice to listen to that the following day. But with that, I'm watching Nate all day. Like I'm watching his tweets all day. Like with one screen I have West up, on my phone I have Stauch on because it can go with me wherever I go. And then on the other one, I have Twitter up, so I'm kind of keeping up with what Nate's posting. So I already know kind of what I'm getting into, and I go to specific people that I want to hear what they had to say. So like I listened to Summer's whole testimony. I listened to Colby's whole testimony. I listened to the forensic pathologist, the anthropologist, that whole crew. There was like 3 of them back to back. I listen, you know what I mean? So I don't listen to everything. Like I haven't listened to Tammy's sister yet, and I don't know, I might, but so I don't listen to a lot of the other stuff, just the ones that like once I'm in the tweets I kind of get a feel for, and I'm like, okay, when this pops out tonight. And then Nate does a good job on East Idaho News because they put up like basically 2 segments of the trial every day, but then they also break it down per testimony, and then anything that's like uber important also gets broke down. So like the 911 calls, you know, those are all separate. So like I listened to the 911 calls, but didn't listen to that testimony. Does that make sense?
Right.
So
what week are we on with the Vallow trial, by the way?
It started April 3rd, and there was a couple days of jury selection. So we're going into the 5th week, I believe.
Week 5. So should I? Yep. So if I were making a thumbnail, not that I'm making a thumbnail right now while I'm live with you, but if I were, and I were going to recap everything that happened last week, I would want to call it week 4.
Yeah, let me just double check on my calendar, but I do believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
That's
I
what
would
Nate
thank you
ended
so much.
last
We're
week.
only on, this is the confusing thing because I think that we're only on like day 16.
Right. Well, yeah.
Nate kind of does that though, and then on Sundays when he does his like full recap of like the week, that's when he'll say,
Right.
you know, hey, technically this week was this week was this, but we're heading
Sure.
into week blah blah blah.
You're gonna be recapping week 4. And then I don't
Okay.
know if you heard, I don't know if you were in chat yet, but the rumor mill has spoken that the prosecution in Vallow's case will be resting Monday or Tuesday.
Wow. It just seems awfully soon. But I mean, look, that might be a good thing, honestly, because they've said what they needed to say. They've put out the important information. And can I just tell you how tempted I was to spell "for" the way I have it spelt in memberships, FOUHR, the way it sounds like when Andy says it, 4 times a year. But I didn't do it. I spelt it right. But they've done what I think the prosecution thus far has really done a good job. They've connected a lot of dots that I don't think people thought they were going to be able to connect, which is Lori. But, you know, she was a lot more involved, I think, than I had initially. Like, I didn't realize that she was going to be texting and stuff while things were going on. And I was talking to Allie earlier about Lori and about Tammy, and that Alex was over by by the Daybell's property around the time that, you know, Tammy died. And, you know, she was asking me about it. And this is what I think. I think that Alex was there because I think that there was a deal between Chad and Lori that their sacrifices had to be made, and that it was for Chad, his sacrifice to prove his love for Lori was Tammy, and Lori's sacrifice to prove her love to Chad was her children. And I think that Alex was there to make sure that Chad held up his end of the deal. And I also think that they didn't fully trust each other. So at the end of the day, they felt like they had leverage on one another. But I really want to say this. I can't stress this enough, and I can't point to one singular thing that makes me feel this way. But it's the totality of everything. Make no mistake, Lori and Chad are still very much together. They're still very much walking this path together. And I personally believe that Melanie Gibb, Melanie B, and Zulema and David Warwick are all on the path as well. I think that they feel that this is a test and that this was always part of the plan, that Lori and Chad may get caught, and that kind of like the Scientologists believe that having to live under David Miscavige's oppression is a test for them, and that if they dip, they'll have failed the test and won't be there when L. Ron Hubbard comes back. Yes. I think this is what they think. I think they feel similarly. So, because I noticed that the gaps in their memories are the same. They all don't remember the same things. And that is not how memory works.
Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. I love the way Jen can explain something. I'm just...
Thank you, Michelle.
Especially with the Scientology.
You know what?
Yeah, it's just
if I'm ever feeling in doubt or a little down about myself, do you know who builds me up? Michelle. She says the nicest things, and she always compliments me and makes me feel so smart. I love it. Thank you, Michelle.
You are. No,
you are very smart though, Jen.
I love you here. Like, Jen could just say things. I mean, on top of her funny, and I have 90210 just literally on, like, I'm on season 4. Okay. But it's just the way she can break things down, and I'm so not good at like I'm learning a lot of this stuff like as I go, and Jen can just say it, and it's just like bing bing. Makes so
I don't know where I get it from. I really don't, but I thank you, and I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. But it kind of hurts my brain.
Like you explain the
hurts.
credits of shit. You know what I mean? Like you get in
Yeah.
there and you really explain it. Like no, and it's
It
needed.
kind of hurts my brain to think like these heifers. It really does. Because it's so convoluted. And I have to say that there are times that that's why I have to take breaks. Because I get a little scared that I can be like, you know what Leticia's thinking? La, 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 la. And then she'll do something and it'll sort of affirm that is her line of thinking. And I'm just like, whoa. It kind of freaks me out a little bit. Sometimes I kind of scare myself. And I have to take breaks every once in a while because these people, man. Bunch
So-
of fucked up ducks.
Yeah.
Since we're talking about Vallow, I want to
Mhm.
ask you this and see what your brain thinks.
Okay.
Tammy first, hi glow bug. But Tammy on the call or basically says that the person who's standing there in black and shooting at her with this paintball gun, she thinks is her own son because they have the same build.
I mean,
What did you think of that?
I haven't had an opportunity to listen to that call yet, but I trust you implicitly. I know that you would not fudge the details there. So if you say that's what she said, then I believe you 100%. And I'll say this, that's very telling because you're a mom of sons. I can't even talk. I have 2 boys. I'm a mom boy. And I have seen many people in my lifetime, and I've described many people in my lifetime, but never once have I ever described somebody that I thought as a threat as being anywhere and like looking anything like my boys. In fact, they don't enter my mind if I'm describing somebody. So for her to say that to me, it's because on some level, that's what she thought.
Yep.
So Tammy's son-in-law from down the street calls 911, and then Tammy calls 911. But she said that she thought it was her son, and I don't know if I actually heard this. Like, what do you call it? Don't make me tell lies. I'm not 100% if she thinks it was Garth.
Okay.
And that was where I was kind of lost. Like, which son is she saying? Because I don't see. Here, let me see if I can pull up a picture of them and show you side by side if any of her kids actually look like they have the same build.
I'm very interested in Tammy because not a whole lot is really known about her. And you know that I like to watch hidden true crime because I think they've gone really deep with this case and with the people involved in it and have gone that extra mile to get people on that are familiar with the family dynamics. And I was quite impressed with Heather, Chad Daybell's sister-in-law, and her knowledge. And it seems to me that once the Daybells moved to Idaho, Tammy wasn't really sociable, quite frankly. She did not have like a group of friends, or she was sort of Chad isolated her. But there was something in her interview that she said that really gave me pause about this whole Tammy became dark because she suspected Chad and Lori were having an affair. She didn't say that. It was something she said in her interview when she was talking about Tammy and Chad's relationship and what she observed. And for lack of better words, Tammy basically thought that Chad hung the moon. And I don't think that, would she have liked the fact that her husband was having an affair? No. But do I think that she would confront him or try to get him to end it? Also, no. I don't think that that was the dynamic of their relationship. And so
I think that would be interesting if I don't even think she knew too much about it. I think that he went into her phone and he blocked Charles's email. I don't think she knew anything.
I agree. And I think that, but Heather did bring up the P word, polygamy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking that Lori might have been down with polygamy, but not with Tammy. She didn't want to be a sister wife to Tammy. She wanted to be the first wife.
Do you think
And
she would
so
have been a sister wife to like Melanie Gibb?
No, maybe Melanie Boudreau. I know that's wrong. I know it is. I know, but I'm just Melanie for me. Melanie Gibb is too close in age to Lori, so too much of a peer for her, and also, you know, people develop their personalities, and the further into adulthood you get, unless you want to change, you don't change. So I feel like Melanie Gibb would have been too set in her ways, and Lori likes to manipulate and control, and I think she would have had far more control over Melanie B than Melanie P.
So this
That's
is
what I
Garth,
think.
and I don't. And
Okay.
Garth doesn't have the same build as Alex. I'm trying to find a picture of him that's more like him standing up, but this doesn't look anything like Alex.
No.
To me.
Who's in the white?
Oh gosh, I don't know all their names. That's Emma and Garth are the big ones that I know.
Hold on, maybe it says underneath.
Mark. No, it doesn't. They're not in order.
Oh, they're not. They're not. Thanks, whatever website this is.
Somebody in chat's gonna know that though. They'll tell us because I don't know. These are the two that are the biggest ones that have come forward and talked. I should say yelled at like reporters and things like that. Mark has two, I believe, though. One of them got really mad, did kind of a nice interview when like, after the bodies were found, and then he's the one who went and took all the stuff off the fence.
Oh, okay. Well, the one in the white is built more like Alex Cox than any of them, in my opinion. I mean, that just based on, I'm not saying he did anything or that's even who she's talking to, but if you're asking me which son has a build similar to Alex Cox, the one in the white shirt and khaki pants does.
For
Let me
sure.
see if there's a list of their names somewhere in here.
Okay.
Somebody asked if Chad's kids are still convinced that he's innocent. I don't know, but I can tell you that in this interview that picture is from, they already knew the results of the autopsy because they actually tell us here. We knew from their mouth before we ever heard it officially. They said that after she was exhumed, it was proven that she was asphyxiated, and they still believe that their dad was innocent, and they believe that he was corrupted by Lori into doing, that she's the bad one and that he's fine. And this is the interview that one of them, I think it's actually Garth, who's like, if my dad was the leader of a cult, like why wouldn't he recruit us? Like we would be in a cult. And I'm like, that was when I literally was like, don't call your dad, the whole call your dad, you're in a cult. Don't call your dad, he runs the cult. Like you are in a cult.
Do people in a cult even know they're in a cult?
Sometimes I don't think they do.
I don't think so. Otherwise they wouldn't be in it, right? Because cult has like a negative connotation to it. In fact, if you ask people that are in a cult if they think they're in a cult, frequently the answer you get is no, it's not a cult.
Yeah.
So
like very offended by that. Yep. Mm-hmm. You're right.
So Mama Bear, is this one Mark or is this Seth? And as soon as she wrote those in, I do know those names, but they're just not the ones that I actually remember. They're not the ones who ever. She tried to define one LDS member by white shirt and khaki pants.
Interesting. Emma is Joseph Smith's wife's name.
Oh, that's interesting.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. This is what I was like. You guys, you kind of are in a cult. Like you don't know that, but you are. And the fact that none of them are there for the one of the murder trials of their mom is interesting to me too.
Like if they think that Lori was she's the succubus, right? That put their dad underneath his spell or underneath her spell, right? Wouldn't you go and watch her be on trial for your mother's murder?
Yeah.
Right.
I would, but I'm super petty. I'm really petty. So, maybe don't judge.
Because I'd be there.
Don't be judging. Maybe I shouldn't use myself as a measuring stick.
No, here's the thing. my mother was killed. I mean, at least for a child, I no longer have my mother. You two linked up and whatever crazy shit happened, and my mother's life is gone. And I will be here every single day to make sure
Right.
I watch all of this play out. Absolutely. Especially with Chad's lawyer being there, that would be an extra reason for me to go and just sit like, hey.
All of these children went to Knott's Berry Farm with Lori and Chad in the end of November. Their mom died October 19th, and by the end of November, they were at Knott's Berry Farm. Knott's Berry Farm is literally down the street from my house.
It's not even fun. Why would anybody go to that?
It's fun for kids. So if they, then there are grandkids involved, but the other kids, I have no idea. And Britt, you're welcome to come back if you want to.
Yes,
I don't think they're done fighting. Let me see what I missed. Hold on.
But we love you. It's always a great combo with you. You know that. Come back if you can.
Also, before I forget, I was going somewhere with that, with what Brittany said about them being in court and how their trials got severed. This hair is a real risky card for Chad to play. Okay, because yes, it could potentially be exculpatory. Okay, but it could also be inculpatory. And the truth of the matter is, this is a risk. Because Chad has blonde hair, JJ has blonde hair, Tylee has blonde hair, Alex Cox has blonde hair, and Lori Vallow has blonde hair. So it's not knowing the results of this. The fact of the matter is, even if that hair, let's say that hair doesn't come back to any of the suspects. Melanie Gibb also has blonde hair. Just saying, I'm just naming hair colors. That's all.
Okay. And they took Melanie Gibb's DNA.
They did. So let's say this hair comes back to JJ, right? That doesn't exculpate. That's not exculpatory to Chad Daybell because the kids were still found on his property. This was a huge risk for him to take. And the only thing that I can think of is that his lawyer believes that he has a better chance not being tried with Lori. And that would be the only reason to roll this dice, because this is a big roll.
If that ends up being his or Lori's, I don't know how that's going to help. That right now, the only thing they have going for him is that Alex's handprint and fingerprint were what was found on the bag. But now you've got at least something with the fact that Chad is he's more implicated in the conspiracy than Lori is, because it's on his property, because his tools were used, because he sends the text message to Tammy about killing the raccoon and burning the debris on the property. He actually has more against him, which was why when they separated the trials, I was not happy. I was not happy because he could easily just flip and say, nope, this is everything she did. She planted all of this. She did all of this stuff. And now that we're actually getting more of it, I'm like, he's actually way more involved than she was. Could you imagine if those satellite images actually had been there 2 hours earlier?
There would have
doing something like, oh nope, there's Chad. Oh, there's Alex. Oh, Lori's over there on her cell phone. You know,
exactly.
That would have been amazing, though.
Exactly. But with Lori, the fact that they are obviously first and foremost, they're her children, right? And obviously, she had to have known something was not right because the cops were doing well checks and trying to find the children. And on top of that, she had a whole ass court order to bring the children to a court so that their eyes could be physically laid on them. So then you have, the pink or they're not pink. What am I trying to say? Chad's cell phone hit on a tower at the same time as Alex did in the same area. Like, that's right. Bad news bears, Chad Daybell. Like, come on, bro. What are you doing? But you're innocent, Well,
he's the gravedigger. Alex wasn't the gravedigger. His job.
Right. But I've been thinking about that. And wasn't that his job when he was much younger and maybe a little thinner? I mean, I'm not going to lie. The truth of the matter is,
Only-
Chad Daybell has always kind of had a dad bod.
Only
just the
about
truth.
4 years because they
Griffin.
moved to Rexburg, I believe 2014, 2015. And he was the person who was in charge at, I don't remember that title now, but of that cemetery. And he was in
Mhm.
charge of all of that.
Oh, the
So-
caretaker?
No, it was called something. Hold on, I have it in my notes.
Okay.
It's got an actual title and crap for it.
Oh, it's a bigger deal now. It used to just be a caretaker.
Yeah,
All
you're
right.
a
Well,
caretaker.
you're
No,
moving on up, Chad. Way to go.
So he was that he was in that role until they moved in 2014, 2015 to Rexburg, where he did not
Right.
go back to work. That's when he had his publishing company.
Oh, that's right.
Sexton. Thank you guys. See, I don't even need to look at my notes. I just need to ask you guys.
That's what a sexton is? Oh, okay. I was wondering what that was. All right. But even still, let's be honest. It's not like when he was a sexton, he was out there with a shovel. Okay. They use backhoes and stuff. They have equipment for that stuff. Okay. So it isn't like it would have been something super it actually makes more sense that Chad was the one that did dig them because they were barely dug. And sorry, Chad, this is just truth. You're out of shape, bruh. That's just the truth. I don't know what else to say.
Peter Griffin.
Yes, Peter Griffin. But Peter Griffin is funny. Okay. He does have a bit of charm about him. He's also not accused in the death of his wife and his new wife's 2 children. So there is also that.
See, Doug broke all that down last chat when we were talking about Peter Griffin.
So I just want to answer Thistle real quick. So Thistle, yes. So Alex's little finger and his palm were found on one of the bags. And then on the equipment that tested positive was the pickaxe and one of the shovels and the handle of the pickaxe. And that all came back as Tylee's.
Man.
So one shovel and the pickaxe had Tylee on it. God. Fucking assholes. He's a giant
Fucking
potato.
assholes
Well,
indeed.
Seriously, like you needed a pickaxe? Seriously? Like,
Well, I don't think they had the proper tools to do the dismembering correctly.
Okay, so and I don't want to get too much into the graphic stuff.
No, I can't do it either. I can't do it today.
Curious though, because the anthropologist talks about that's not the typical way that you would go about that you would go around the joints. But then, so at the end of that testimony, I'm like, okay, so that's not true. There was no dismembering. And I'm like, okay, that made me, I don't know why that makes me feel better. It just does, but it did. But then they send it to the tool guy, and the tool guy says that there's actually, it's whatever did this was serrated, like it had and it was back and forth. So then I go back to that is that then. So did they do something? Did they try and it wasn't success? I don't even know if I want to even know. Does it even matter at this point? I don't know, but it was just curiosity. It was like, so
well, I have to tell you something. So I have had a side project of my own going on for quite some time.
I don't know how I feel about that segue, because now what kind of side project do you got going from that conversation?
Well,
with a pickaxe and
I'm like, wait a minute.
I dropped my phone. Sorry.
No thistle, no other DNA.
Right, Jeanette, right?
Okay. Well, I know that's not a great segue, but
that's what I was like, wait a minute.
It's mainly about the burial. That's that part of it. Because to me, there's something ceremonial about the way that JJ was buried, right? And so I started looking into some things and some practices and some dates. And I found some rather interesting things about September, specifically the 22nd and the 23rd. I'm still working on going way back and seeing if there is something to the way that JJ and Tylee were found. obviously back in the 1800s, they did not have grocery bags, plastic bags of any kind, or duct tape. It would, you know what I'm saying? But
Mhm.
there is something, they were buried the way that they were buried, and what was done to them was done to them for a specific purpose. And I think it's beyond just the belief that the only way to destroy the evil spirit inside of them was binding, burning, and dismembering. There's something else to it, and I'm trying to figure it out. But I have done
Okay.
some research into, I started with Joseph Smith, and I found a lot of stuff about him. And to be fair, I pulled from multiple sources. Obviously, the Mormon Church has a whole, like, they've got all kinds of stuff devoted to Joseph Smith. And I pulled from that. And I also pulled from other sources to give a fair, more overall picture of how the Mormon religion came to be. And the founder of the Mormon religion, Joseph Smith, who he was, what he believed in, and how he became what he ended up being, a prophet, according to the Mormons. And I've been looking into this for a minute now, and I have some of it that I'm ready to kind of talk about like tonight, but the majority of it, there's still like some pieces. The puzzle is coming together, but there's still some pieces that are missing, and I'm trying to find those. I've been watching documentaries. Y'all would not believe the things I've been doing.
That's a lot.
It's something is missing, and there's something about all of it, Teresa, that I need to understand where they pulled these beliefs from, because they didn't pull them out of thin air. This isn't something that they prayed about, and it pulls from several different religious beliefs, not just Mormonism.
Yes, Jen.
But
yeah.
But
It's too
there's
many
quite a bit of controversy around who Joseph Smith was before he became the prophet, before Moroni visited him and told him where these tablets could be found.
That's
Even that
interesting. I'm
story
glad you
is
did that,
interesting.
because the religious side of it is actually the hardest part for me to follow, because I don't know enough about the religion. But Shelly in chat said she was born and raised LDS and knows what they're doing. So I'd be curious to hear what you think, Shelly.
Yeah.
And then a few other people. First, let me go with Gretchen. I was actually just talking about Reverend Donna's video about this and how it goes into, it is darker, and it talks a little bit about the cannibalism side of things, and how, and then all of a sudden that in the trial with the anthropologist, that the femur bone did have marks on it from a carnivore. And when the prosecutor says, like, by carnivore, do you mean like a dog, a cat? And she said, by carnivore, I mean anything that eats meat. And I literally went right to Donna's thought of that and was like, holy crap, they do not specify what type of animal did do that. And yes, so anybody who hasn't watched it, I'm on the fence with all that kind of stuff, but what I can say about the video is that Donna did call a lot of these things into play. She is somebody who is like, people either really love her or people are really anti-Donna. So it's kind of, you enter as you wish. That's kind of how I feel about that whole thing. Do what you want to do. So Shelley says, Joseph Smith talked about his near-death experience just like Chad and all these other freaks like Julie Rowe. Smith even said he refused to drink alcohol for surgery.
Well, yeah, and there are some articles that talk about Joseph Smith being into magic, not MAGIC, but MAJ, however, with the CK at the end. I can't remember if it's ICK or ECK, but the darker. And it's a lot of energy work and stuff like that. And I will say this about magic. It's like anything else. It's all about the person doing it and what their intentions are, because anything can be twisted into something bad if the person who's doing it is bad. Thank you, Jesse. I never can remember how to spell it correctly because I only want to spell magic the right way, the way I'm used to having, the way that we all learned to be spelled. But yes, it's there's some very dark elements to him, and that he, back before he, way before he was the prophet, when he was growing up as a young guy, he there's a specific name for it, and I can't remember what the name is right off the top of my head, but basically he was like a seer, and he used like a crystal ball in just up the ball part of it and put it inside of like a top hat, and he would divine where buried treasure was. And he actually got brought up on charges and stuff like that. And when they caught up to him, he was, that's another. And then there's stories beyond that. There's stories about Brigham Young, which are not good.
Okay, so as you're doing this research, I ask for you to look and see if there is anything. And obviously, if you're going to look at the overall burials and so on, but can you look and see if there's anything about like women's pelvic area or anything along those lines? And, and I do want to make it clear, like when I say I don't know enough about the religion side of things, I do. This is extreme. This is what do they call it? The not the outskirt. That's not the right word, but the what do you call them when they're
outlier?
Like they take the religion to the next level. There's an actual name for it, and it's blanking on me right now.
Extreme.
It's like extreme. So when I say like I don't know enough about the religion, fringe. Thank you. I don't know enough about the LDS religion to even understand the base for where they get their fringe religion from. So for me, it kind of ties together because I just don't know enough about it yet. It's like that extreme side. So they take these things that they were raised with, and then they make them, the extreme version of it. And I don't know enough about either one to speak on it. That's what I mean by that. But I do understand that this is not an LDS religion. This is not what LDS people believe. I get that part, but for me, I just don't know enough about either.
No, but I will say
this.
Chad, I know more about Lori and Chad's than I do about LDS at this point. So, which is just probably not good.
Right. But the reason I'm looking into it is twofold. Obviously, there's something about the burial that there's something about it, and I just need to have some questions answered. Right. But the other thing is, Chad and Lori both were researching the Mormon religion. Okay. And it's not like they were doing research like, back in the day in the 80s with the freaking card catalog. They were on the internet just like we all are. So what I'm trying to do is see what it is, if they started, what they could have potentially been looking up. And then, I have not, Nicole, but if you want to email me and help and get in on this research, I would love to have anybody that can contribute to it would be ideal, because I'm trying to understand this. I know I'm never going to understand it in a way where I can see where they were coming from and be like, oh, this makes sense. It will never, there's nothing that will ever make sense to me that unaliving anybody, much less children, much less your own children. That's never going to be like, oh, I get it. I'm never going to have that fucking light bulb moment. It ain't happening. Okay. I don't give a shit.
That just don't feel right.
Right.
There's something in this that it's not connecting all the way for you. And that's what you're more or less thinking for. And when you do, please let me know, because
and I'm trying to figure it out, because I have listened to Melanie. I have listened to David. I have listened to Zulema testify, and I've listened to them multiple times. And there is something in my gut that is just nagging at me that these people are lying by omission, holding back. And how do 4 people have the same holes in their memory? Okay. Like that thing from Men in Black is not real. The memory zapper, that didn't happen here. Chad and Lori don't have that power. And Chad, listen, if you can hear me out there in your closet portal and you want to come explain this shit to me, my closet portal is open. Okay. But just know, I'm going to take it with a big ass grain of salt. Okay. And there's going to be follow-ups, sir.
No, and I think all of the things that they did to sell us comment, I think everything they did, they tried to base around what they knew, and then they changed it and grew it to like teach people about like what they believe was the evolution
Yes.
of new religion.
Yes.
Because they started their own religion. Chad was starting his own religion.
Yes.
And it's not LDS, it's his own version
No.
of whatever it is. But there's a core to the belief system that I think is kind of where everything stems from.
What
So
I'm
it's-
trying to figure out is how they got here. What
Right.
is it that led them? Because it started when people talk about Chad and Lori, people that were close to them before Chad and Lori met, they were both researching Mormon history. So what I'm trying to find out is, what were they looking at? Because it's usually you look at something, right? And then there's a link, and then that link takes you another link and another and another and another and another before you know it, you're down a big ass rabbit hole, right? I'm trying to find the rabbit hole that they went down. That's what I'm trying to figure out, because they were doing it separately and then they came together. That's what I'm trying to put together. Why? Don't ask. I don't know. I don't know. Perhaps
I
Dr.
could-
Torres would have some thoughts on that.
You'll probably get her as a guest when this is all said and done.
Mm-hmm.
So with
But
them,
on the other
No,
side of that, just really quick, I know that there's if Zulema and Melanie, the Melanies, both of them, and David are out of the cult, Chad, you might want to consider hooking up with Leticia and her 87 personalities, because that would boost membership right there. That's 87 people.
You have most of his following right there.
There you go.
he needs 144,000. And what do you think? He had 10? How many did he have? Maybe more because of the people listening, because I have heard that there was other people that were listening, but not actually in the know and in the group. Hi, KW10.
Right.
KW.
I'm just curious. I need to see what they were seeing, because, okay, and this is another side. This is why it's also a side project for me. This is not the first time that there has that I've been intrigued by a fringe of the Mormon religion. It started with the FLDS, obviously, right? Because everybody knows about them. But then there's the Mormon murders, and then there is the Under the Banner of Heaven, that book, which ended up being a series, a docu-series, well, not really I guess a docudrama on Hulu, and that one's fascinating too. Both of them are. So for me, it's and it all, a lot of it stems back to writings and prophecies that were written down and that have been hidden because the Mormon Church doesn't want to talk about them, like polygamy and the value of these old writings by some of the founders of the Mormon Church. I mean, obviously Joseph Smith is the one that kicked it off, but I mean, he died relatively young, y'all. And it wasn't like a fun death either. You know, they were ambushed at the jail. And right before that happened, that he was tarred and feathered. So, I mean, it was like he was not having it was not a good time. But, you know, when Brigham Young took over, and then, you know, all that stuff, how that goes. So it's just interesting to me. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm not going to solve it. I'm not that, I don't think that highly of myself. Yeah. But it's just a side project.
So, yeah, I think that's a good side project. And it's definitely not one that I would want to take on. So I'm glad that you're doing it. So then we can get some answers that way.
Yeah,
don't be expecting answers real soon, because I got to do the researching in between making fun of Leticia and being outraged at her. Okay, so however long it takes.
So we have
yes.
about a minute. Where Chad and Lori were both LDS. Charles was not. But Chad and Lori were making up their own together. That would consistently change. But
they pulled some of those ideas from somewhere. Those are not like, they are not like energy work and stuff. Chad and Lori didn't come up with energy work, and nor did they come up with what is essentially exorcism. It's just called they're just calling it a different name. That's old stuff. That stuff's been around for a real, real long time in many, many other religions. So I'm trying to understand what they were looking at and how they warped it the way that they did.
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay, let me clarify. Chad was not raised LDS. He did convert to LDS, but he was not raised LDS. Just FYI.
Yes.
And then
Yes, Shelley.
said
Shelley's
about-
right. That's a good comment that you highlighted. Sorry, Teresa.
that was
Blood
pretty good.
atonement. Yeah, that's a big one. They don't want to talk about that either. Brigham Young was also a fan of slavery. Did you guys know that? Huge fan.
No, I
Loved it.
didn't
Yeah, big fan of it.
Oh, wow.
The people, did he rank the world as dark and light, or just the people he wanted to kill? From my understanding, he would rate other people around, but typically the only ones that ended up super dark were the ones that he wanted to kill. It was, there was other ones who became dark too. His sister-in-law Heather ended up being dark, but I don't think he got a chance to do anything to her. But Brandon was dark. JJ turned dark. Tylee was dark. Charles was dark. Tammy was dark. So,
Right. Pretty much everybody that side-eyed them or their ways. Dark, dark, dark. Can you imagine what Chad and Lori would rate me?
Oh, you'd be darker than dark.
We'd all be dark.
I would be the runner of hell. Let's be honest. I would be.
They wouldn't even want to walk by Jen Low. They'd be like,
no, I would be head bitch in charge of hell.
Charles's niece, and she does have a really good channel called It's called Difficult Research. The cult is all capitalized. I love her channel. I typically, when it comes to this, I watch a lot of her channel. I watch A Murderous Heart, which is Annie Cushing's. Obviously, I watch Nate from East Idaho News, and I also follow Justin for a lot of the stuff from Arizona. And then I watch a Hidden True Crime. Those are kind of my basis for any of the history stuff. But once again, I just, that's not something I ever really wrapped my mind around, was all of that. I don't know. So the religion stuff is kind of still different for me. Hi, Trista. And then Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis has been in the court every day. So she does a recap every night. And she said that when they started talking about the portals, zombies, and all of that BS, that the jury's eyes got really big. They were probably like, what the heck did we get involved in here?
Right. But I think that they're doing a really good job so far from what I've heard of the judge did make there were some objections about some of David's testimony and whatnot. And I can't remember what the objection was, but it had to do with the zombies and all of that. And I think one of them said, I can't remember which attorney it was that said, we're not going to go too far down that path. And the judge kind of like chuckled a little and said, oh, that path is all right. That door is wide open, or something like that. And it was just funny to me because basically, yes, that ship has sailed, and it's at the bottom of the ocean with the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria.
They're done.
Because it's done. But they're doing a good job, I think, like connecting the dots and keeping it like basically they can believe whatever they want to believe, and motive isn't necessary, but they're doing it like in a very logical, A went to B to C to D, like that, just the way you should connect dots. They're not all over the place, and I'm grateful for that. Also, I heard myself twice, which was a little too much for me.
You
Once
did?
is enough. Yeah,
I don't hear an echo at all.
I just heard myself real quick.
Huh. So hold on. So what's the full name of her page? Something Alibi. Pretty Lies and Alibi. Pretty Lies and Alibis is her channel.
She did a really good job on the Wagner case too. Murdoch wasn't my favorite that she covered, although I thought she did a really good job. But my two favorites have been
I liked
the Wagner. Yeah, you like what?
I liked our Murdoch coverage better.
I did too. We did a good job. Not to toot our own home, toot, but I thought we did good.
Did they ever find Harmony? Unfortunately, no. Nothing, and never another update about that last search. which is
Mm-mm.
very weird to me.
Nothing. But we have what's coming up?
Hi, Hockey Mama. Happy birthday to your son.
Happy birthday to your son.
Oh, yeah, happy birthday to your baby.
A lot like
14.
Scientology, you nailed it. Multiple
Yes,
probations.
Marshy. Jen made like
Yes.
so much sense with that yes. Mm-hmm.
I followed that whole situation with the Scientologists, and I've been down to downtown Clearwater tons. You know, it's not that far from me, and I'm just always in awe that the show just cannot capture it. I mean, the Fort Harrison Hotel is like a city block. It's huge. Plus, there's all kinds of buildings surrounding it, and they're completely empty. There isn't any. I mean, like they look like they're like decorated, and you can kind of see in the windows, but it's real hollow. Like that's the only decorations. There aren't. It's not like a working office or any of that
It's
stuff.
staged,
It's
more or less.
It's yes. There you go. Staged. It's exact. And it's just. I don't know. I mean,
Like,
I've been
did
at
Shelley
that.
ever surface?
No, and I've been at that intersection where the woman eventually died because she was having a psychotic breakdown, and they locked her up in the Fort Harrison Hotel, and she managed to escape. And they found her in that intersection, and she was naked. I've been to that I mean, you know, that's
Holy
a
crap.
main thoroughfare. Yeah.
Oh, you ever go to cover that? Please let me know. Oh,
I'm kind of scared of the Scientologists. When I used to live in Dunedin, there was.
I feel like I can't research too much into that kind of stuff because
Yeah.
I get like really kind of weird.
Mhm.
I think Leah Remini did a really good job. Like her
She
version of
did.
it. That's still on my
Mhm.
DVR. I watched
She
that.
She did a really good job. She did.
Thank you, Alley Cat. As a person with alters, it sickens me that Stauch is claiming insanity due to an alter. I tell you what, if my alter kills someone, sorry, Abs, we go into jail. They're gonna learn to behave today. So, wait,
I mean,
you have an alter? Do you have one alter, and are you familiar with her or him? Because I'd be curious to know that.
Yeah.
Like how they talk about that she shouldn't be familiar with them.
And how the process generally works on a person who actually has that type of, possibly that type of.
Yeah, that would be interesting. So if the prosecution is going to wrap up with, and really in both cases, probably right around the same time, we don't know. They did go back and confirm, and I think you had said it in chat before, Jen, that the female that is in town is Dr. Lewis. And I do remember them saying that she was arriving, but she was there till Wednesday, I believe. So they said there'll be plenty of time. So they said that we still don't have any idea, male, female, or anything for the Stauch trial, who the last one is, and that they didn't really give any hints. Now, with Vallow Daybell, we don't even have a witness list to even see what we could think of. But if they are going to rest on Monday, Tuesday, you're talking just a handful left of people.
Yeah, but now I want to see what the defense is fixing to do. Like they don't have to do anything. We all know that, and we're familiar with that. I mean, hello, chazzle dazzle. The best thing that his attorneys ever did was their closing arguments, quite honestly.
Alley Cat, I'd love to talk to you about it.
Absolutely. I would love to hear about it. I'm fascinated.
Sure.
To me, it fascinates me what our minds, what our brains are capable of doing.
How are you?
Allie.
Let me
Welcome.
close the. Okay, sorry, I was getting.
That's
feedback
okay. No
from the
worries.
device.
Take your time. Thank you for being here.
That's okay. I don't have. I mean, what do you guys want to know?
Oh, I'm curious. One, how do you know that you have alters? That would be my first question.
So, there are two different types of DID, as they call it, I guess I would say. Mine is a little different in that I don't have as much amnesia as someone with DID would have. I think it's really just And I'm the same way with like alcohol and stuff. I hate not being in control of my own brain. So when she would try to take over, I would fight and fight and fight to take that control. And so I've always kind of been able to see what she does. I just can't control it, if that makes sense. So it was almost like, it's so hard to describe, but I have 2 to 3 alters that I know of. With the one that comes out the most, Sarah, I see myself almost like in a dream state in like a third person. And I'm following myself. So, but a lot of people that have DID have such bad amnesia. There's a YouTuber that I follow. He's in his 60s. He didn't know until he got married in his 40s. So it's a very silent mental disease.
So, okay, so I want to ask then, and you don't obviously have to answer this if you don't want to, but one of the things that we've kind of learned throughout this trial, are you watching the trial, number one?
I watched every single minute of the trial. I have 2 jobs, and both jobs enable me to kind of listen to whatever I want while I'm working.
Nice.
So it's always kind of playing. I just look and see who's talking, what they look like, get that image in my head, and then keep working.
That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, and it helps me like go, you know.
Yeah, for sure. You need that visual of like that person, you know, watching Leticia and her whatever, or the witness, and it gives you that visual that you need, and you can go on.
Yeah, so I've listened to every single bit of it, and it angers me. The attorneys, I don't think really know what they're saying either. There's just a lot of misinformation that's being spread too about DID, and it ticks me off a lot.
It's amazing that you're willing to come out and talk about it, because I think that is a huge thing. Most of us are not educated on what.
My hair looks so dumb. I'm so sorry.
You have beautiful red hair.
I just got done working out, so my hair is like.
No, you have
No, I
beautiful
love
red
it, but quit trying to put that one curl behind your
so
your
cute. You
head
keep
thing.
it.
It's not going to hold. You need a clip or something. I leave it out because it's really cute. But what I want to ask you is this. I would be very, very interested in hearing I want to hear what you have to say now, but I also would really love to hear your take on Dr. Lewis, because what I think she's going to do is she's going to give her explanation of everything, but more importantly, what she's going to do is she's going to play the video of the interview she conducted with Leticia. And I would be really would like to hear your thoughts on that, because Dr. Lewis has studied DID for a very, very long time. And so I'm curious, because Dr. Torres admitted that she's not familiar with it. And I agree that Leticia does not have DID, that it's very, very, very unlikely that that she's got it. But I would be really curious, and when you hear what Dr. Lewis has to say and her explanations, how much you agree or don't agree. I would be fascinated to hear that, your take on her testimony.
I know of Dr. Lewis, and believe it or not, I actually learned about my alters maybe only, oh God, COVID has years mixed up.
Yeah, that's
4 or 5 years ago. I kind of always knew when I was a kid. I do want to say this. They haven't really said this in the trial. And for those that don't know about dissociative disorders at all, there has to be trauma. There has to be, and not just one instance of trauma. It's not like PTSD. It is trauma over and over and over and over and over again. Okay. And generally, like, I won't really get into my little, I try to protect her as much as possible. She's such a cute soul. But Sarah, the one that I know of, she is still very caught up in what her role was when I was a kid, which was be loud, be mean, be abrasive, make everyone go away. get as far away from everyone else as humanly possible, say whatever mean things you need to say to make them back off, and if they don't, make them cry. That was essentially her rule. And the reason I don't believe Leticia is I have friends on Discord who know the difference between me and Sarah. It is blatantly obvious, even in how we type, in how we speak. I wouldn't say the accent thing is always, that's the part that's really kind of making me upset. My alters are good at what is called, not really masking. Sorry, masking. I get nervous when I talk about this stuff. They're very good at masking.
They're very brave to do it.
You
are. We really
Thank
appreciate
you.
you can't there's some stuff you just cannot get from a book. You need to hear it
Yeah.
from somebody and their experience. So I think that you're incredibly brave to come and share with people, because it's hard. It's a hard thing to talk about, period. So I just want you to know
Wants
that.
to clear up all that misinformation and
And I
everything
will,
that we're looking
yeah,
at.
I will say Sarah's diction is much different than mine, and her verbosity. She's not as articulate as me. Believe it or not, I'm in healthcare myself. I am a healthcare practitioner. So I tend to use much bigger words, explain things in as few words as possible, because that's just how I was trained. Sarah, on the other hand, is very more teenage speak. She's very blunt, to the point. She's not afraid to tick you off. It's pretty much like Jekyll and Hyde when it comes to her and I. Yeah, and she thinks she's protecting, even though to me she kind of ruins everything when she comes out, because my friends know she's doing what she thinks she's supposed to in order to protect our system, but a lot of times she comes off abrasive. And my boyfriend has dealt with her a couple times. Usually he's like, you need to go just take a walk, go craft, go do something. Because usually if you ignore her long enough, I'm able to come back to the front and kind of take back over. But also there has to be, this isn't true for every system, I will say that. At least for me, there has to be a trigger for the alters to come out. So I'm not sure. Oh, thanks.
I agree.
But like I said, the masking, she can talk like me. She usually has to think a lot harder to talk like me. So she doesn't have a different accent. She doesn't really have a different tone. Like, it's not like I talk like this and she talks like this. Like, it's not really like that. Some systems are, mine is not. So
are you familiar with people who have alters who speak in Russian, or another language like that, like that don't their main person doesn't actually know that language? Have you ever come across that?
The only time I've ever heard of that is there is a system that I follow on YouTube where one of her alters is getting into paganism, and so they're learning runology. But usually that alter has to learn it. It's not just like, boom, they know a different language. It's not like that.
My God.
So usually it's something that alter, it's essentially like having another person in your body. If I don't know it, I'm not gonna be able to speak it. If that alter doesn't teach themselves or grows up in that environment, say like a child watches Dora all the time, and they get an alter from trauma that watches Dora a lot and usually gets triggered to the front from Dora. They may know some Spanish, but they won't be fluent just from being an alter created from watching Dora. You know what I mean?
That makes
Right.
sense.
So being a sniper for $1,500 a minute is probably no dice. Which I'm not even trying to be facetious, but it sounds so out of the realm of, like, even Split didn't take it that far. And Split was actually based on a actual murderer with DID. One of the first, Billy something, Billy M. What's his last name? I can't. Milligan?
Yes, Billy Milligan. He was the first researched DID person.
First to use it in trial too.
And
Mhm.
even comparing those two trials, it's completely different, because I believe Billy actually went to a mental institution to get treatment for his alters. You know, I may be in remission for my PTSD, but Sarah's not. She still relives the trauma that she went through to be created. So to her, we are still in danger. But some can be stuck like that. And I know there are systems that hear their alters a lot. I more so feel them. I don't so much hear them. I more so feel, okay, Sarah's getting really angry at this situation. I need to walk away so that she doesn't come out and cuss somebody out, because we're at work. We can't do that. So usually I just kind of walk away. Someone asked what triggers her. She gets triggered a lot if I'm feeling overwhelmed with someone being mean, someone bullying, workplace bullying, feeling betrayed, feeling stabbed in the back, feeling like I'm backed in a corner. That was kind of when she would come out a lot as a kid, because I grew up in a family that my therapist essentially says was a mini cult. And if I ever went against anything my family said, I would get not physically attacked. I almost wish it was, because I would have hit them back and they knew it. That's probably why. But a lot of emotional and mental and religious abuse. And so a lot of times I wouldn't really know how to make them stop. And so that was kind of her job, figure out how to make them back off and make them back off.
Yes.
Whether that
Sure.
gets me in trouble or not, she didn't really care. It was more so get me out of situation now.
Yeah. Almost like a protector in a sense of the entire system. Yeah.
There's
Makes
so
sense.
many great questions, and I'm trying to because honestly, I can't express to you how thankful I am that
Yes.
you've come up here to
Thank
talk to us about this. And I don't want to be overwhelming, but I know that just even with the four of us up here, we
Yeah.
have so many questions, plus the people
That's
in chat.
fine.
So
I
if we
can
get to-
say
if
what
we're- if
triggers
we're
the
too
little
much-
if you want. I just won't say her name.
Okay.
The little was created growing up. I was the only kid, and I was deemed subconsciously by my family as the mediator in some sense. When I came around, fighting would stop, but I knew that there was fighting, and I was 7, 8, 9, and I would want the family to work it out. I would want them to talk down and be healthy and have boundaries. I'll answer that one in a second.
You're fine. I'm just putting them up so that they're ready for you whenever you want.
Yeah. My little, she is stuck between the ages of 7 to 13, and my God, she's brilliant. She
Aw.
usually she really is for her age. She is brilliant. Now she knows we're not really in danger. She hasn't had to be a mediator, but when she was, she would come out. I never remember what she said, and that's how I know it was her. I just remember a room full of adults all looking at me, gawking at what I was saying, and them suddenly just sitting down and being like, okay, yeah, we can talk about this. And then if someone would start screaming, she would step in and remind them, you know, you need to talk about this and not scream about this. Because a lot of times she came out when the adults weren't really coming at me, but going at each other physically or verbally, and would try to stop it and mediate. So she's brilliant. And now she just comes out and likes to eat mac and cheese and make me fat. So it's fine. Sarah, I usually try. The longest she's been out was 4 hours. And like I said, this is going to sound hilarious, but I don't get high well. I don't drink well. I fight it the entire time. So when she is front, I fight the entire time. And she probably gets mad at me. I don't transition. It's switching is what the word is, but she doesn't switch as often if I keep my triggers down, she kind of just stays in the background in case I need her.
Have y'all asked if she remembers? Like, do you? I'm sorry if anybody's asked this. I'm just getting here. Hi, I'm
It's
Brittany.
okay. Hi.
Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah, of course.
And doing this and helping us, giving us knowledge about this, because this is kind of some of the things I'm stumped on as well. Do you remember when your personalities change? Do you remember, like, do you have a knowledge of each personality? Does that make sense? Like, do you remember like the little you just talked about? You have memory of that when you're in a different personality?
It's different for a lot of people. So what I have is technically OSDD 1B. There's 1A and 1B, and then there is DID. The difference is, if this doesn't make sense, tell me. I'll explain it as much as I can. DID is the multiple personalities, or multiple alters as they're called, alternate states of consciousness is technically what they are. But there is an amnesic barrier. That is the number one criteria for DID. And the amount of amnesia between each alter can be different. Again, it depends. There are systems that I know of that when they start working through the trauma that they know of, sometimes alters will fuse and those amnesic barriers will go away. And then they will remember all of the memories that alter had. And some will never, ever even know. There's one system that I know of. She just found out that there is what is called a subsystem inside of her system that she never even knew about, because two of her alters fused and one had memory of that subsystem that had 100+ alters and the other one didn't. So you cannot even know. Like, I only know of 2 or 3. There could be more. And
Wow.
I say 2 or 3 because the one that comes out sometimes is mostly when I'm depressed and can't take care of myself and eat and do basic functioning. She, I don't know yet, hasn't chosen a name. They don't really ever speak. They kind of just get me off of my butt and make me take care of myself when I cannot.
So that's a good question, though, because a few people in chat have asked, who named the alter?
She did.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did.
They come in and say, I'm Sarah, and this is, or is like just when Sarah comes out, she's just is Sarah. Does that make sense?
She chose her name. So,
Interesting.
and it's
Okay.
different for, it's different for everyone. Really, it is. Some systems will say in the mind space, my name is Sarah, hello, whatever, like, this is what you can call me, this is what I feel comfortable being called. Others will write it down in a journal if they are mute. Sometimes they're mute. Sometimes friends will know the alter's name and the main host will not. And so what's been really helpful for me, because Sarah is kind of she doesn't like me to see what she's doing. And recently she has blocked me a couple of times from bullies on Discord. And she didn't want me to stop her from making them pay, as she would say. So I would go back and see what I said, and I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, what did you do? Jesus Christ, Sarah. And she's so mean. Like, it's not stuff that I would ever say or even think to say. She's just like, they have to pay for making you upset, essentially. But I tell you what, I'll tell you one thing. This is what I was saying. She ever hurts someone, she's gonna get what she deserves. I don't care if I have to go to jail for 100 years. She hurts someone, she's gonna learn. That's all I gotta say. System accountability is big in DID, and if you don't take system accountability and take accountability for every alter inside of your mind space, you're not doing it right. So that's why it really ticks me off that Leticia is saying, oh, my alter did it, I'm not responsible. Yes, you are. She is in your mind space. If you knew that this was going on, you should have sought help for, what is she saying, Maria? You should have sought help for Maria. If you knew that Maria could be violent, you need to go through EMDR treatment, have her come out, talk with a therapist, and learn better coping skills. So,
Well,
You are such an
Well-
amazing person. Like you're just so brave for coming up here to even put all this out there. And I'm especially happy that you just touched on that very last part, and that was so honest and genuine, and just that's where we are now. Like, as you could see watching this trial with Leticia,
Yeah.
and just to hear you break that down and explain that the way you did.
can I explain the OSDD real quick?
Please
I'm
do.
sorry.
Please,
There's
no,
so
please.
much on my
you're
brain I
seeing
want to
I'm over here.
explain.
I've
I
got
like
them. I'm flagging them all so I can bring them up when they kind of fit into what
Yes.
you're talking about. So,
So
yeah, go ahead.
OSDD stands for otherwise specified dissociative disorder. So it's a dissociative disorder that does or does not have alters. It's not a specification. It can also encompass derealization, depersonalization disorder, which is actually even more rare than DID. Which is what I originally thought I had, because when Sarah was taking over, I didn't feel like myself. My body did not feel like my own. And it was the strangest feeling. But 1A has amnesia, has some amnesia, but not total amnesia like DID does. 1B has almost zero to little amnesia. So that's what mine is 1B. I can see what they're doing. I cannot control what they're doing. And it also is different from alter to alter. With my little, I almost said her name, with my little, she doesn't know how to work a stove, and her favorite food is mac and cheese. So she will let me do what's called co-fronting, which is I will walk her through how to use a stove if she forgets. And a lot of times she does, because she's more preoccupied with the cheese packet and playing with it than with working the stove. So she is still in control, but I am in the back kind of saying, turn on the thing, put the water on. This is how much water, stop the water now. Like I'm kind of like coaching in a way where Sarah's just like, bitch, no, you're out, bye. So she gives me no control.
So can you bring out an alter like Leticia was talking about, that she can communicate with the alter and get the alter to come out when she wants to, but then some don't? Is that actually possible, or how does that work?
Sarah, I cannot. My little has what's called positive triggers. She has a favorite coloring book. She has a favorite video game. She has a favorite Disney movie. So sometimes when I'm playing those or watching those movies or shows, she'll be like, "Oh my God!" And then she'll just come out. Like it's a positive trigger. And then she'll be like, "I'm watching the Disney movie now." Like she just gets so excited. So if she has positive triggers for those alters, then it's possible. Why you would want to trigger an alter to come to the front that doesn't really want to is beyond me. Because alters are made from trauma, and a lot of times when they come forward, they relive that trauma, and sometimes to put them through that is very taxing and, to me, abusive. If Izzy, oh shit, I just said her name. If my little would ever have a
I can delete that. I can take that out later if you want me to.
Yes, please.
I will.
She's just very impressionable, and if people know her name, she might be like, "Oh, you know me?" Like, "Oh, girl, we need to protect her."
We'll make sure we take that out. No.
Yeah, I'll take
but
that out.
thank you. If she would ever have a panic attack, or I feel like she's having a panic attack while she's out, or something triggers her to remember something that she really should not be remembering, then I will kind of force myself to come back. And let me tell you, it is a migraine and a half. But she doesn't need to go through what the body's about to go through in a panic attack. I don't want that for her. So she can go back in the headspace and deal with it how she needs to.
Okay, so Lisa, we asked, can you set like rules for your altars? Like it's off limits, like for your daughter, or do they care? Can you set guidelines like don't come out around my mom, or do you have any control over anything like that?
Like, are the
Again,
boundaries there?
it's different system to system. Oh, also going back, there can be communication between alters. I know systems that have a lot of alters, like more than 10, will have what they call a system diary, or they'll leave post-its. So like with rules, if there's something that you need to get done during the day and somebody comes out and they have no idea what's going on, you can put post-its up, you can have a journal, you can have an app on your phone that has a list of things that you need to do, things that the body are allergic to, things that the body cannot do, like people with I have an endocrine disorder, so I need to take my medication every day at 11 o'clock. My boyfriend reminds me every day, so that's not really an issue. But say I didn't have that reminder, I could put that somewhere, an alarm or something. Whether they follow the rules or not, I mean, think of a child. Is the child always going to follow the rules? Probably not.
Yep.
But you can try. And no, there are no meds. And the crazy thing is each alter can have different mental diseases too. And I have not experienced it, but there are systems where one alter can have really bad eyesight and another alter doesn't. One alter
Really?
has really poor mental functioning and autism and another doesn't. So depending, it's hard to really even do meds. I just take meds for me as the host because my alters don't really front as much anymore. When I was a kid, I was probably too young to be medicated anyway. A lot of it is learning coping skills. A lot of it is learning how to deal with flashbacks or how to deal with panic attacks or something like that.
Because like you said, that's kind of where it originates from. And then to be able to even medicate that, in a sense, like you said, everybody in the system requires something different and they're all have their own thing. So it's kind of hard to medicate that, you know?
Yeah. Now, say I, as the main host, have bipolar. Yes, for sure. Give the brain what it needs for bipolar. It may affect other alters negatively. And if they're out for more than a day or so, then I cannot speak because I am not a psychiatrist, but I would imagine if an alter that doesn't have bipolar doesn't want to take the lithium, I would imagine they're not going to take the lithium because lithium sucks. So
yeah, makes total sense though.
So it's like a defense mechanism is when they kind of come out. But the other one's actually positive. You said it's a positive trigger. So when she comes out, it actually it feel. I don't know if that's the right words, but like, does it feel good? Like, because she's happy, young.
No, I still get a migraine.
Oh, okay.
When you switch, it's different for every system. I hear a buzzing in my head. I hear like a in my ears. And I'm like, oh fuck, who's here? And then I kind of space out for a little bit. And then the body doesn't feel like my body anymore. Or if it's Sarah and she really doesn't want me, then I during that Discord incident, I just had a show on and I missed 2 episodes because that's how long she was out. 2-hour-long episodes. And then I realized what had happened and I went back and looked. But positive triggers are more for if you're trying to force them to come out and either get therapy or whatever other reason. I don't really know of any other reason. Like I said, every system's a lot different. Yeah. And I'm very new. I've only known about mine for 5 years. So I'm still learning. All of what I know is through researching, talking to other people with systems, and kind of seeing what works for them. And my therapist, God bless them, they I think I'm one of the only people that they have that have alters And they're kind of just, I told my therapist, I'm like, you're going to think I'm crazy, because this was the reason that I went to therapy. I said, you're going to think I'm crazy. I think I have alters. And she goes, well, don't jump to that conclusion. Let's talk about it first. She's like, but why? So then I told her why. And she's like,
I love
"Okay."
that you go to the psychiatrist and you're like, you're gonna think I'm crazy.
Yeah, her whole attitude about the entire, she's just amazing.
you're
Like,
entertaining.
that is beautiful.
My mentality is, if I can't laugh about it, then
That's it.
like laughing is therapy. I got to be
Yeah.
able to laugh about something.
For sure.
I will say, anything surrounding my family now, Sarah will just automatically get triggered, and I can force her not to come out. It's a struggle. Imagine like you have a really bad migraine and you're trying to focus really, really hard on not having a migraine. And that's what it's like. Or trying to focus on not falling asleep when you're so lethargic that your eyes just want to close. That's kind of the feeling that it is. Some systems can't do that. Some systems, just when an alter wants to take control, that alter just takes control. But with mine, I don't know if I'd say I've talked to her per se, but especially with my little, she kind of knows when it's appropriate for her to come out. Not at work, because she doesn't know how to clean or do my healthcare job. And mostly when we can just chill.
She doesn't come there.
Yeah. She doesn't want to clean anyway, trust me.
So this is kind of my question, and it kind of goes into Lisa's question. And somebody else brought up, like, some alters it's been shown that some alters can be like diabetic, while the main is not diabetic, and things like, how would you go about treatment? Like, how do you go about, if your alter needs glasses, how do you go in and take an eye exam to get glasses? Do you see what I'm saying?
That would be a positive trigger. I would say you would have to use, say you make an eye appointment. Maybe you write in the journal, hey, this alter needs to be forward at this time to get glasses to help them see. And then you could take something, say like you wear headphones and it's a song that always brings them forward and they like, then that could trigger them to the front. Just listen to that song and then they'll come to the front for their eye exam. Not saying that always works. Sometimes it's a crapshoot, but that would be,
you kind of learn
what
that
I
about
think.
you've learned that like over time now, that's how they can kind of come in, or you can get them to kind of come in when they need to for things
Or
like that.
sometimes they just like to cooperate and like, hey, yeah, I really would like to see when I come out. Like, that would be nice.
So they're completely available for their eye appointment.
I would hope so. I have 20/15 vision no matter the alter, so it doesn't matter for me.
Were you planning on going into the medical field before your diagnosis? Was that already something you wanted to do, or did you end up joining the medical field because of your diagnosis?
So originally I wanted to be a veterinarian.
That's what I wanted to be when I grew up.
I
I wanted to go to UC Davis and be a veterinarian.
Yeah. I wanted to be a veterinarian. And I won't get into the whole long of it, but I got permanent brain damage from a double lobe, double concussion, from my own stupidity. It wasn't trauma related. It was just me being stupid and young. And so my GPA plummeted, and believe it or not, I am a chiropractor. My chiropractor did all of my PT with me throughout my whole brain injury. He retrained my muscles. He helped me do brain exercises, and he really kind of took me under his wing. I was not diagnosed at that time. I was around 21, 22. I didn't learn about my alters until I was about 26, 27. And looking back, everything kind of makes sense. It didn't really, like, I would always have these weird memories where I couldn't remember everything, and I would try to do EMDR and there's just like a block and I can't remember. I remember the beginning and the end. I don't remember the middle. And the parts that I do remember are super vivid. So now thinking back, it makes a lot of sense. But my chiropractor took me under his wing and I fell in love with the profession. So I decided to go into chiropractic before I got diagnosed. But I feel like everything I've been through, my practice I have vowed to make a loving, caring, and safe space no matter what someone is going through. I treat kids as young as 6 months, and I treat women as old as 89, and all of them get a hug if they want it, and they all get called my little babes.
Oh,
So
That's awesome. That is awesome.
I kind of need a chiropractor. So
Right? Like,
I'm in New York.
you're closer to me then. She's fine.
whatever.
We can share. Don't worry.
Okay, so let me see what other. I know there was a whole bunch in here. So a lot are asking about your thoughts on Dr. Lewis in general, and you said you do know
You're
a little
gonna
bit
have
about
to.
Dr. Lewis.
You're gonna have to. Oh, he hasn't testified yet, right?
Oh, Dr. Gray.
Lewis.
Dr. Lewis is the female from that documentary Crazy Not Insane, and she had met with Ted Bundy. So she's the defense expert that's coming up and saying that Leticia has the dissociative identity disorder.
I would have to hear what they have to say about this case to really give my opinion.
So then I have a follow-up question. So she should be testifying this week. Would you come back and tell us what you think of her testimony?
Sure.
I would be very curious, and I think that others would be too. I would love to know what you think of her testimony.
She's been the big aha in this so far. Like it's going to be Dr. Lewis's testimony that fits to this.
I don't even remember the names. The first doctor that went, I didn't like them. The first female doctor that had really, she had no knowledge except for maybe some research.
Yes.
The second doctor seemed a lot more not affluent. Seemed a lot more voiced on the disorder. So I liked what they had to say, but I also feel like if you're gonna bring DID in as a defense, which I don't think she has, and I can say why. I have a plethora of reasons why I don't think she has DID, but if you're gonna do that, you have to educate the jury, because this is not a very well-known disorder. Like me, I can sit there and say, yeah, you're asking these witnesses if she had a different accent for all of her alters, but that's not always true. They could have been masking. They could have felt that it was a dangerous situation, and they have to sound as close to the host's voice as possible so that they don't get the host in more trouble.
I love how you're breaking this down. These were all the things we were like, just kind of like, but before all this, and you're breaking all of those little elements down to make it all just actually like make sense. Especially when you watch their interviews, it's very like you're like, wait, why you should no, and you're just thank you for that.
And if she had alters, yes, I see. Do you think Leticia's faking her alters? I think I have a borderline mother. And Leticia reminds me a lot of my borderline mother. And if my mother thought faking an alternate personality would help her get out of jail, she would. And that's all I'm going to say. I have not spoken to her. She could have an alter for all we know. But if she does, she's going about it the wrong way. And if she, I don't think they've played it yet, but didn't she just outright admit to the FBI that she did indeed kill Gannon?
Well, no, what she did was when she went in for her sanity evaluation, that is when she did this confession of sorts, where she literally takes no accountability for anything, blames it all on Maria Sanchez. Which is kind of annoying to me because I don't understand. Leticia can't even pronounce her alter's last name correctly. If she speaks Spanish and Russian, her name would be Maria Sanchez, but whatever. It's very annoying to me. But anyways, that's not the point. But she just basically says that Maria came out because she was in protective mode. There was a trigger earlier in the day. Something triggered her, triggered a memory of her stepfather who abused her, and it just was downhill from there, basically. So, but she did confess. She said that Maria did not realize that it was Gannon.
I do
Well,
remember hearing that in the last
yeah,
few
that
hours of the
that
testimony.
Gannon
Yeah.
was on standing up on his bed, and the way that he was standing with his blanket, it looked like he was wearing a cape. But all
Got
of
you.
the things that she now remembers were not with the help of a therapist. They were with the help of her attorneys. So there's that.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that last part because sometimes, and again, I can't speak for all systems. Say one of my alters comes out and maybe they do black me out. The amnesic barrier, because I don't have much amnesia, I may remember what they did later if they do try to block me out. So it may come back in fragments or pieces, just like a traumatic memory would. You know, like they say SA victims will remember in bits and pieces. Sometimes it can be like that. So to me, her remembering that on her own or even with the help of EMDR or a therapist would not be strange. But the fact that she lied continually to her husband, never told her husband. Her daughter had no idea that she had any other alters but herself because her daughter's been with her for 17 years. You would think that somebody that has been with them that long would know. My Discord friends have been friends with me for a year and picked up on it immediately. They were like, whoa, this is not Allie. This is not how she normally is. And then I would take back over and explain what happened, make Sarah go walk away, like convince her in my head, you need a break, go do something, go craft, go play a game, go do something, go read a book, something. And then usually once she calms down, I can take back over and explain to them. They were even like, okay, that makes sense. That was really weird. You've never spoken to me like that before, and you've never been rude. Ever. And I'm like, yeah, sorry about that. Like, my bad. So even then, like these people that hardly even know me and only speak to me over text message, no. So the fact that nobody in her life knew, that's strange. And none of them said she acted any different. None of them said that she not talked any different, but really acted. Even alters when they're stressed, Sarah will act different than me, and people can even tell by my body language that it's not me. She's a lot tenser, she's a lot on edge, she's a lot of, you touch me, I'm gonna fight you. Like, she's that kind of person.
Yeah.
So they can really tell. And if Maria Sanchez is her protector, physical protector, there would be a much different body language than with somebody who is not. She would be much more on the defense, on the, kind of like, don't touch me, I'm gonna fuck you up kind of person. So
Well, it just fascinated me that during her sanity evaluation, she had no access to Maria. But then when Dr. Lewis did her evaluation, she did suddenly have access to Maria and was able to make Maria emerge. Also, I wanted to ask this one question just really, really quick.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about the mind space and the sort of like you're watching yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So I was struck by that, and I was struck by something that, and I know that Split is not real. I know that it is based, so it's M. Night Shyamalan, it's a story. Yeah. But the way that he alliterated the alters, that everybody is lined up in a chair, and then they take turns in the light or the spotlight, I think. Is that an accurate depiction of the way that it is for, maybe not for you, but for other people, for some systems?
It can be. I'll say two systems that one's on TikTok that I really, really like. Oh shoot, I'm terrible with TikTok text. Dissociated. So like instead of dissociated, it's dissociate. DID. If you look up dissociated, it'll come up. She has.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Who you're talking about. Yeah,
and Multiplicity in Me was the other one that I really like. And then there's one more on YouTube that I follow who's very educational. It's a couple. They both have DID, and they help each other. And they're alters are friends and they all know each other. I would have to go back and look. They haven't posted for a while either. I think they're taking a mental health break. But Dissociated is the one that I follow a lot. Let me see.
Okay, yeah, somebody was asking about that earlier, so I'm glad that you said that.
It might be this one. Hold on. Nope, not them. I would have to go look. I could probably send it to you later or something. But yeah, DISSOCIA did DID. She is the one that I've honestly learned the most about. And for her, in her system, she is a much, the other one, Acrylic and Ether. They are the couple, and they're really educational too. One system's name is Acrylic, and the Acrylic system, and the other one is the Ether system, because their inner headspace is more like an ether than it is really like a place. But for Dissociated, in her system, when someone is fronting, she describes it as a big room, and there can be other alters in that room that are watching, but they're not in control. They don't have the controls in their hands. And they're the most front in the room for her. For me, I've been having a lot of dreams lately. It's the same exact dream over and over again. And I think it might be my inner headspace, but I remember dreams very poorly. So I'm trying to slowly map it out. But hers, sorry, she doesn't go by she anymore. She's they. Because she just integrated one of her male and one of her female alters integrated. So they are now they. They have a very big system. And I think she said she has over 50.
Oh.
Don't quote me, but she has quite a bunch. And she has Meet the Alters videos that talk about themselves and stuff, and it's very interesting. But for me, I more so feel like I'm being controlled by someone else. I can see what's happening. I don't feel in control, and it's almost like a body dysphoria in a way. It doesn't feel like the body is mine until I take back over. I don't really have the spotlight or the controls or anything in my mind space. If an alter blacks me out, like if Sarah blocks me out and I can't see, then it's more so a time lapse. I'm more so just like, you know how you zone out and you don't realize time is passing, or you've had a panic attack and you just zone out because your brain can't anymore. Kind of like that. Almost like I went to sleep and then I came back and time is now a construct.
Makes a lot of sense when we were talking about how she goes in and out, or how she says she goes in and out, and she commands them in a sense, but it's not. It's just like to and from. See, like where you say you kind of lose this gap of time in a sense. That's not what we're getting from her with that.
No, and when she said she could bring them forth and tell them what to do willy-nilly, there some alters may, like my little, she will let me help her. If she doesn't want help, she's gonna be like, bitch F off, I got this, like a kid would. So be like, Mom, I got this, okay? Like,
I
she's
don't
done
know
that to me.
if it's appropriate, but
Hi,
in
Sarah.
England, hi, what we say in the UK is we automatically, if I come on, which you've allowed me on, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for
I
coming.
would automatically say hi to the host and hi to the panel. So,
hello, everybody. Hello is all right.
Good day.
Dissociated is actually from your area. She's I don't know what part of, I'm terrible with geography. Somewhere in the Britain talking country.
Okay. Yeah. I'm from the north, which is very different. So, what's the lady's name?
Allie?
Well, me?
Allie.
Oh, no. Are Allie the guest on here, or are you Dissociated?
Dissociated. I don't know her original name. She now goes by Kaya, because two of her alters fused to make Nina, and the original host fused to make Nin. That was the altar's name. And then Nin fused with Kyle, so now they are Kaya. So,
Okay,
and-
so she does what she does. She has to go by a different name.
well,
But either
it's
way-
kind of like they're not the same person anymore. And really, it's crazy. I've been watching her since 2017, and
Oh, really?
she talks
Oh.
completely different. Oh, Chloe. Chloe was her original name.
What?
Chloe
What
is
do
her
you mean?
original.
Hang on. Have you just said she talks completely different?
Oh yeah. Kyle was everyone's favorite because he says, "I got you, babes." Anyone bullies you, I got you, babes. Like he was like everyone's big brother on the channel. And
We
you
call
can
it
cut.
we call it a white knighting. So yeah, he's white knighting for everybody. He's looking after
Yeah.
everybody.
He literally would say, "I'm your white knight." That's funny you said that. He said, "Don't worry, babes. I'm your white knight. I got you, babes," or something
Yeah.
like that. So everyone loved Kyle. Yeah, her legal name is Chloe. Thank you. It's been so long since they've gone by Chloe. I just forgot. But Kyle and Nin fused, and now you can hear sometimes she's very, very Kyle, and sometimes she's very, very Nin, and
Oh,
sometimes you can
wow.
hear the
See,
because
that's
Kyle
crazy. That's
is more
crazy.
like your accent, and Nin's
Yeah.
was more like a southern
See, I
British
can't. I
accent.
go on. I don't know if you know about it. You Friday Night Fight Club, the black
Nope.
sector. So
Mm-mm.
if you type in Friday Night Fight Club, sorry, it's even hard to say. It's like a big fighting channel, and I love it. There's like 2,000 people in the chat continuously. So it goes that fast. You can't even have a conversation with somebody. You really can't. But it's great. But I love this side of America where you can actually have a conversation, get to know somebody, they get to know you, that thing. If you're not into that, just tell me to sod off. I'll do one.
No, I do. So, what are your thoughts? Are you watching the Stauch Trial?
Oh, I'm big into the trials. I love how you publicise the trials. Bloody does my head in over here. None of the trials are publicised. It pisses me right off. Yeah.
Oh,
So
someone said they're confused as to why I'm saying I have more than 2. I have 2 or 3 that I know of. I said I may have more. Dissociated has like a lot that I know of.
I don't even know what you're saying, to be honest. Can you
Someone
say
in
it
the
again?
chat. I was reading the comments while I was listening to you.
It's
okay, sorry.
okay.
Yeah, give us just a minute. We'll finish this up, and then we can. If you have any questions, you can let us know too.
Okay, let's just get to know each other better. I think we've all come together through wanting to watch a trial. We all want to watch it and like commentate on it personally. Yeah? Is that
Yeah, are
correct?
you watching the Leticia Stauch trial currently?
Leticia, stop. Have you just said?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean there. No, I think I was on a different trial and I've just happened chanced upon you.
Oh, are you watching the Lori Vallow trial?
Yeah, it's Lori Gallup. Yeah, fucking Lori. Stupid Lori.
Fucking Lori!
Fucking Lori is right. Fucking Lori is right. Fucking Lori and fucking Leticia both.
Yeah, fucking
And
Lori.
the West. Fucking Wests!
Fucking West.
Fucking Lori. Fucking Gallo. You stupid fucking bitch.
We are covering a bunch of different trials. So Allie was actually coming up to help us understand a little bit more about the Leticia Stauch trial. So we can talk about Vallow too in just a hot minute. I just want to.
Okay, that's cool. Do you know what? If you can you put a link in the back chat so I can watch that? I will literally spend my days. Sorry, kids. Bye. Who are you? I will just watch that trial. Okay.
Here, Sleuth Mom. Delana, can you put Sleuth Mom's link in the chat? She's done every day of the Leticia Stauch trial. It's incredibly interesting trial to watch.
Really? I actually know more about American law than I do British. I don't care. I got arrested just randomly. And I got like rearrested, another charge because I punched the policeman in the head and I called him a
Don't
fag.
do that.
Yeah,
You might end
I
up
do.
being one of the trials that would not be aired, so don't do that. Yeah. So, all right.
Yeah,
So
it
Zara,
doesn't matter.
give us just a minute. I want to finish the questions for Allie real quick before we go back to Leticia. So I'm just going to mute you for just a minute. Okay. So just hang on tight.
Oh, I can stay here all night. I got nothing to do. So my boyfriend's at work until 4 a.m. Let's go.
All right, so I want to see. I want to make sure we go through all the questions that they had for you. So
I think they
I
were
think
just confused because I was talking about Dissociated having 50 plus alters, and I said
Oh,
I
yeah.
only have 2 to 3. And that's all that I know of. There could be more, but those are the only ones that have really presented themselves to me.
Are you
So,
considering getting them integrated?
that's up to
Is
them.
that a goal for you? Okay.
Yeah,
see.
that's really up to them. I will say my little has been very what we call dormant. I haven't really felt her presence in a very long time. I don't know if maybe usually when an alter goes dormant, it doesn't mean they're dead. It just means they've gone to sleep. They don't feel that they're really needed outside out in the headspace. They're not really needed to help anymore. And so they kind of just go back into the ether of the brain and just exist. And thankfully now I'm in a very good place. A lot of my family is either have cease and desists or they have been told not to speak to me and I have cut them out. And it's me and my boyfriend and my dog, and we have a home and I have a career. And so me and my boyfriend do the best that we can to really keep my triggers down, because that seems to keep them dormant and happy. And that's not the same for everyone. And some systems could not even fathom integrating. And some, like Multiplicity and me, who are fully integrated, are super happy. But some could never see it as a possibility. They don't want to integrate. They don't want to not be them. They want to just be. And because asking an alter to integrate with another alter that doesn't want to could be very offensive to them and could really upset them. And I also want to say, for Leticia to have so many alters and none of them are fictives is also very strange to me. A fictive is
none of them. Yeah, I was just going to say, what does that mean?
a fictive is something that is not real. So like I've heard of an alter I heard of a system that had an alter that was a rock. Literally a rock. Didn't have a name, just was the rock. And that was because it sounds funny, but it makes sense. They were essayed as a child, and so their mind state went to being as still and quiet as a rock. And so the alter became a rock. Other fictives could be werewolves, unicorns, fairies, anything like that. So, yeah.
Makes sense. They're coming from a child, like
Yeah.
what happened to that baby is, and that's just like how do you attempt to
Rationalize.
rationalize it, digest it
Yeah.
through your head. So you, as a baby, as a child, you put that barrier wall, whatever, and however it comes. And
do your alters communicate with each other at all?
In my system, no.
Okay. But some can.
Some can. I keep going back to Dissociated, but in their system, in large systems, you sometimes have a gatekeeper who is pretty much like, if you think of like Dungeons and Dragons, they're like the cleric that knows all the wisdom. So they know everything. And so a lot of times they will delegate things and speak to other alters or allow other alters to speak or break amnesic barriers. They are the gatekeeper for that system. They hold everything. So in some systems they can. In mine, as far as I'm aware, they do not. I know that my little doesn't like Sarah, but she doesn't like her for the reasons of she frustrates me with her antics, not so much that she doesn't like speaking to her. So they don't really interact in my system. It's more so and if they do communicate, I don't know about it. They, like I said, I don't really speak with them. I more so feel like, oh, Izzy wants to come forward. Izzy really likes this. Or I said her name again. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I can fix it. No biggie.
We'll
Don't
fix
worry
it.
about
We'll fix it. We'll fix it.
I'm so used to talking to people that know her name. My little likes this. My little doesn't like this so much. She's like, ew, weird. My Sarah is really pissed off right now. So I more so feel what they're feeling, not so much hear what they're thinking.
Your body, you could feel it in your body, and that's when it starts to send the triggers off to you.
Yep.
So logical one was saying, so with subalters, the main person doesn't remember events, but do the alters, are they always aware of what's happening with the main person?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Tiger, come here.
So like, does your little one know that you have a boyfriend and?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
As far as like sorry, my dog is asking to go to the bathroom, so I'm just gonna walk
fine.
for a second.
Puppies
We
first
love
here.
puppies.
Does anyone
here.
want to see the fur baby? Here.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Tiger, sit.
Oh, Tiger.
Say hi.
Oh, stop. Look at that baby. Oh.
Yes. You're on YouTube now. All right. I know you want to go potty.
He made
He's
his
like, Mom,
YouTube debut.
Mom,
Aw.
he's a rescue.
Super cute.
So as
Those are
far
the
as what
best.
happens outside, yes, she knows, and my boyfriend knows. When it's her, she will announce herself. She'll be like, "Hey, it's me," and she will usually play board games with her. She'll just want to watch Disney or eat lots of candy and chocolate milk, and ask him to make mac and cheese. And
Those are mac
color.
and cheese.
I don't know why it's mac and cheese.
It's just mac and
I don't
cheese,
even
right?
like mac and cheese that much. She just really likes mac
I love mac and cheese.
I
Some
I
good
love
old
mac and
Kraft
cheese too. Me
She
too.
likes the shape mac and cheese, specifically the unicorn mac and cheese.
Oh.
Yeah, I give me the Kraft macaroni and cheese, the regular elbow
Love it.
macaroni and cheese with the powdered cheese. I know that ain't real
Oh,
cheese.
heck
I don't
yes.
care. That's what I like. I like the cheap shit.
So what if your alters didn't like your boyfriend, or like is that something
Sarah
that you're
hates
familiar
him.
with?
Yeah, Sarah hates
Oh.
him.
Sarah hates him.
Sarah hates him because he is kind of my protector in a way. He helps me kind of, remember to drink my water, take my mental health meds, eat healthy food, don't always eat snacks. I'm really bad about all of that stuff. So she doesn't like rules. She doesn't like people telling her what to do. She doesn't really like any of that. And she always loves to take her opportunity. And after I've had a couple of beers, she likes to come out and have a good argument with him.
That's
So she doesn't like him at all. And usually it ends up with me in my craft room kind of by myself crafting while she cools down.
Get it.
Because she realizes that if
that's
she's going to be a
maybe I'm
brat,
telling
she's
my-
just
I'm
going
gonna
to be
tell
by
my husband.
herself.
I'm gonna tell my husband that's what the situation is.
That's what
Well,
happened tonight.
Like,
Yeah.
I need to leave. I'm sorry. It ain't happening. So obviously this question would be that he's not attracted to Sarah. Like, so if Sarah comes out, he's like, okay, I'm not dating Sarah. Like, is that really?
Oh, yeah, no. Mm-mm. No. I mean, I'm sure he is still physically attracted to me, but as far as attitude, no, he
Right.
does not like her attitude. And I've kind of just learned if Sarah's being a brat to try and convince her to just go be by herself so that she learns she doesn't need to be a brat to get what she wants. She doesn't need to be a bitch. So we're trying to teach her healthy boundaries right now. It's a
I like that you
hard.
run off and craft. I'm like, that's like one of my favorite things to do. I'm like, I would so do like that's my thing. Get away.
Oh yeah.
with
When
crafting.
we this house, I'm gonna sound super spoiled right now, but his family, his dad is a construction worker, and they built this house for me me and him on some property that they own. And I got asked, well, what do you want from the house? I said, a craft room. It'll only be an 8x8. I don't care.
Fine. Give me my little
Fine.
room in the house. Just give me my space.
Make it pink and black. That's all I want. Pink and black craft room. 8x8. I don't care. I don't care how big it is. I just want a craft room.
Did you want the craft room, or did Maria? Or Maria. Now I'm not
You're thinking Leticia.
Sarah.
It's Sarah.
Sarah's actually very bad at crafting. Anytime she tries to sew, I end up getting my fingers cut by the needle.
Oh, she needs to stay out of the craft room. But see, okay, so here becomes an issue then, because when you and your boyfriend, or when Sarah and your boyfriend are at each other's throats, he sends you to the craft room, and now Sarah's stuck in there with crafts.
Okay, I leave more than crafts in there. There are coloring books. There's journals. There's I have a switch in there that controls the TV, so she could play video games. It's pretty much just, Sarah, go take your time out. You're being a bitch. So there's a lot more than just crafts in there. There's stuffed animals. There's actually, she would not be trusted with the lighter, so she could not do the wax melts. But there is wax melts. We don't trust her with fire.
Wow. What is the most common misconception that people have about DID, and like the one thing, something that's the most important for you to convey, that you want people to understand about you and what you go through?
That's a very good question, Jen.
That took a minute. She sighed.
No. I'm thinking.
It's a deep question. It's a deep question, and because we've had people have exploited it. Leticia is just one in a long line of many. She's just the one we're talking about right now, but there have been a lot. So I'm curious.
I would say it can be debilitating and it can be scary, but it's more scary for the ones that are not the system. I don't know anything else. This is just who I am. I don't know any different. And it doesn't have to be debilitating. It doesn't have to be something that is like, you can't work or whatever. There are some systems where they really can't work and they can't do anything. And there are some systems that you would never even know their system. Like me, I'm a chiropractor. None of my patients, I think one patient who is my best friend knows that I have alters, and that's it. And also, if Sarah knows, she is not allowed in the clinic, and she doesn't want to be. She hates people, so she doesn't want to be around people. When I worked in retail, she was a big issue because she would come out if people were screaming at me and calling me names. She would tend to completely take over, and I would get written up for calling the customer every name in the book.
I feel like I have a lot of things in common with Sarah. I mean, I'm not trying to make light of the situation, but I'm really not a fan of people
she's the
either.
Backbone that I never had growing up.
I'm not really a fan of a lot of people either. I like animals much better than I like people.
I
like a
Sarah,
select few.
When Sarah's very triggered, I saw someone saying something about my dog. My dog knows when I'm triggered. Like right now, I'm talking loudly and I'm a little nervous. So he's right here, keeping me company.
Right next to Mama.
So he knows when I'm like nervous or anxious. But when Sarah comes out, he always comes and puts his head right in my lap because petting him is very soothing to her.
Yes.
His fur is a texture that is very sensory good for her, for her brain, and it really kind of calms her down. And I think he knows, as with my little Tiger doesn't like children, so he tends to kind of stay away from her.
He understands when you're there, right? Like he can.
Yeah,
and he'll just kind of stay away, or how does he?
He'll keep an eye on me. He's always, since I've gotten him, he's always kind of been my protector, and he'll still ask to go potty. And if I forget his dinner, he barks at her, and then she'll be like, "Oh, I gotta feed the dog." He'll still do that stuff, but as far as asking for affection, he usually waits until I am back.
Such a good boy. Aw.
He's so
I love him already.
Allie, do you have children, or were you planning on having children? Did you say one way or the other yet?
I want to adopt, actually. I'm infertile.
Okay.
My endocrine disorder makes it so that if I did get pregnant, 95% of the time I would have a miscarriage, and if I did keep it, I would be very high risk. And personally, I don't really want to put my body through that. I'm 5 foot. It would be very hard. So I want to adopt.
Yeah, there's so many
I
babies that need
understand
good
that.
homes and good moms.
100%. I was high risk with all of my kids. I have had quite a few miscarriages. I struggled to be able to stay pregnant. So I get that, and it's very hard on your body. So I respect that. So one of the questions from chat was, can an alter like call out your kid from school if they wanted to? You see what I'm like? That's kind of where I was going with that. Like, can they make decisions for your life that you're like, as when you come back into control, you're like, what the crap? Like, why the heck she doesn't, like, my kid doesn't need to miss school, or my dog was supposed to go to the vet, or things like that, you know?
That's again like a system by system thing. So lists come in handy a lot. So say, that is true. Funny they said that. I have borderline tendencies. I have 3 of the 8, which means I only have tendencies, not the actual disorder. And a lot of it was learned from my mother as far as borderline, not really stuff that I've been able to kind of control the ones that I have through therapy. It's not really like things I can't control, impulsivity in buying. So the boyfriend is in control of the finances, so I don't spend all our money. That kind of thing.
Another thing that I'm going to agree with you on. I think that my husband would like to be in control of all the finances so that I don't spend all the money.
I asked him, actually, week 2 of our relationship, I'm like, babe, help, do finances. I can't. So he knows all the finances. I'm just really bad at it. But anyway, it's system by system. Like, lists are good. Having like there is an app. Oh, Dissociated talks about it. Tiger, you are moving my computer. Stop being rude. Yeah.
So cute.
She talks about this app where each alter can have like they click on their name on the app, and then it goes through as their name, and they can talk through that app, kind of like a system communication kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times if a host feels like a day is going to be really triggering, or there's a lot of really important things to be done, they can make a list, they can put post-its, they can use an app, they can make alarms, they're
almost like it helps you manage the different alters and things like that, so that when you are back, like especially the very important things like medication and things like that.
As far as calling a child off of school, I would hope that an alter wouldn't be, like willy-nilly about that. But again, the masking comes in handy. There's only so much you can do to a voice before it doesn't really sound like you, and your body's always going to look like you. So if you pick your child up and sound enough like the host, the child can go home with you. And I would hope that that parent has explained their disorder. With Multiplicity and me, she has 2 children, and most of her alters were boys, and they were big brothers. That the kids would know them as these are mom's big brother personalities instead of mom personality. So kind of dumbing it down for them.
Yeah. And that would, for a child, because that's very hard to understand, but for a child in that way, it's coming more across as like a protective thing, and like another family member, I guess, so to speak,
Yeah, they really did. They viewed her alters as family members, really.
Yeah, that was cool. It's hard to like, how do you make a child almost understand that,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's still more questions. So have you met anybody in real life that is also diagnosed? Oh, Jen, what happened?
Uh-oh.
We lost Jen.
I feel bad if me coming on like completely diverted what you guys were talking about.
Not at all. Not. You were answering so many questions and explaining this the way we need it. Like, yes.
One thing I know is that I'm a learner. I like to learn things, and I know Jen's the same way. Michelle's the same way. We like to absorb the different information so we can figure things out. And you're making things very easily, you're stating things easily to be understood. So
we always talk about this, like, in a sense, like Teresa says, we're not, I mean, we have no experience in this or anything like that. So we're just going off of like who we are and then trying to compare it over to that. And it's almost, you don't want to be ignorant and say like, oh, Leticia doesn't have it, because we're not educated enough for that. But at the same time,
I'm honestly surprised that the DID community has not caught on to this case, because, well, I actually know why the TikTok DID community hasn't. And I can get into that if you want. There was drama going on with a doctor that was being very ignorant on TikTok and triggered a lot of them into hiding for several weeks. So that's probably why a lot of them have not spoken up on it. But usually Dissociated is pretty good on like talking about current events and stuff. But as far as meeting someone in real life, does Discord count?
Anymore, you know what?
I don't really go out. I'm kind of a homebody. I would much rather stay at my house than really go anywhere. As far as college, I might have, but I went to a Christian college. So if anyone did have it, I doubt that they would have came out and said it.
True.
So but I have some Discord friends that have DID.
Like Logical One asks, like, so how do you go about talking to new people? Like, how do you approach like the new people in your life, like with your boyfriend? Was he your boyfriend prior to diagnosis?
Nope.
How do you go about saying, oh, hey, by the way, there's this chick Sarah that she don't really like you much. So
I'm not gonna lie, my boyfriend sometimes thinks that it's not true. And I don't say that I love him to death. I love him to death. But to him, it's more like they don't really bother me at all. So I don't care. Put whatever name on it you want. I don't care. It's more so he doesn't care more so than he doesn't think I'm faking it. We had an argument about that. And he outright told me, I don't think you're faking it. You better not be like my fucking family, because I'll kick you out of this house faster than you can say no. So but no, he didn't think I was faking it. It's more so that he just didn't really care. And I said, well, what if Sarah's mean to you? And he said, well, if Sarah's mean to me, then she can go in the timeout corner, because we ain't having that in this house. And I'm like, fair enough.
I kind of like this for a guy. He handles it in a sense, because think of how we are as women, and they could use that as so many different things. Like, he's just like, you know what? Do what you got to do. Just don't let him come over here and bother me, and it's all good.
Yeah, essentially. And I'm gonna send can anyone see this private chat? I have a question about something that I want to say.
No, only me and Michelle, or anybody that's up on the panel can see it. Other than that, no. So you can type back there in the regular chat.
I have a question.
Okay. Somebody asked if anybody else in your family has it. This is not something that's genetic. It's something that, correct? I mean, or is this something?
Oh no, it's not genetic. No. This is a coping mechanism from severe trauma. And someone said CPTSD, DID, and OSDD can come from CPTSD. The difference between CPTSD and DID is there is no alters, and there is no amnesia between alters. And I just learned this recently. My therapist told me the difference between CPTSD and PTSD is one instance of trauma. CPTSD, complex PTSD, is over and over and over and over and over. So you have trauma over long periods of time.
Okay. So that's so what changes it from complex PTSD into DID?
So DID happens when the trauma is such that the brain cannot handle it. Normally, alters are only created in the I'm going to get the age wrong. It's somewhere in the early teens when the the personality of your being is developing. So a lot of alters are created very early from trauma that happens to you, usually I think under the age of 10. Don't quote me. Other alters can do what's called splitting, which has happened with Dissociated did recently, where one alter tries to deal with current trauma and then splits off into two different alters to kind of like
subalters.
give one alter this part of the trauma and this alter this part of the trauma. The brain is essentially fracturing into different parts to kind of compartmentalize and process the trauma and deal with it in really any way they can to survive, really.
So do you were talking about your therapist. Do you actually see a
I
therapist?
can't hear, I don't know her name. I can't hear her.
You can't hear me?
No, the other girl.
Michelle's muted. Okay, so do you actually see a therapist regularly?
I see a regular therapist every other week, and I just started EMDR. Some life events have happened that have really triggered Sarah more. And it's not that I don't want her to come forward. I really don't, but I also want her to be well. And some of these memories that she holds, I do know what happened since I don't really have amnesia. And if anything, even a semblance of closeness to those memories happen, she just gets triggered. And it affects me too. It affects me physically. It's almost like going through a panic attack, but not really knowing why. And so I'm doing EMDR more so to process for me and for my alters. If they come forward, my therapist knows that Sarah is very protective over these certain memories, and she may come forward and she may be nasty, and she's prepared for that. And then I do see a psychiatrist once every 90 days or something. That's just for medicine. No one cares about that. I literally see her for 10 minutes. But yes, I do.
Okay, so has the EMDR therapy helped you so far?
I just started. I did EMDR before for needles. I have some trauma around needles, and I needed to get my blood drawn to get diagnosed with my endocrine disorder. And I punched a dentist in the face and kicked a nurse out of a room, like literally drop kicked a nurse out of a room from a panic attack over needles. I did. Yes, me. Yes, me. I got so, because I told them no, and they did not respect my no. So then I got pissed and I was like, no. And in a fight or flight or freeze situation, it doesn't matter the alter, we're all going to fight.
Everybody's going to react at that point.
Yeah, we're all going to fight. And so I'm like, listen, I can't be drop kicking nurses.
Yeah, no.
So I need to do some therapy. So in chiropractic school, I did EMDR, and it really did help. It was hard. It was really hard. But I am to the point now where I can get one stick in my hand. If you can't get it, one stick in my hand with a butterfly needle, fuck off. Get someone else.
I'm not disagreeing with you there either. So are there like physical symptoms that you know that like you experience before an alter comes? And if so, is there different physical symptoms you experience based on the alter?
Sarah, definitely I get that buzzing. I don't think they were here maybe, but I hear like a and it's like it's almost so loud that I can't hear people talking sometimes. So that's how I know an alter is near. If it's my little, she just kind of jumps out. She doesn't really take her time. She just gives me a full-blown migraine and is like, hey, I'm here!
Like a little would.
Party!
Like a little would.
Yeah, seriously. She's just like, all right, it's my turn. Bye. And so I don't really, the only thing I really get from my little is I'll get a pounding migraine. And I don't really take medication. I'm not going to lie. I've taken so much of it throughout my life. I just try to stay away from it. So we do the lavender Epsom salts or lavender essential oils under my nose and we're usually fine. But,
Oh, okay.
I like that. I'm into that.
yeah,
Mhm.
but, oh, someone's a retired therapist. Hi, retired therapist. But, yeah.
Here's
And
some- Go ahead.
with both of them, if they are really in control, especially if I'm trying to think back to memories, this is how I kind of know that certain memories were certain alters. Because if I remember the memory in third person or I lagged behind myself in a dreamlike state, I know that's Sarah because she's trying desperately to block me out so that she can do what she wants. Not that she's doing it in a mean way. I just don't know that she wants me to know.
Ah,
And with my little, I don't hear. If she really is like in control of a situation, say with my family, like she was, I don't remember what I said. I don't remember what they said. I don't remember any hearing. I remember sight. I remember feeling on, like if someone would like touch my arm or something, but I don't remember hearing. If I do have any memory of anyone saying anything, it's usually because I was reading the lips in the memory and I could kind of gather what they said. Because I'm hard of hearing, so I read lips. So I don't hear anything when it's my little. But now she pretty much lets me co-fronts, which means I can hear, I can see, she's just in control. Because
Got
a
it.
lot of times she wants help. She doesn't want to destroy things in my brand new house. So
Just like when to make her macaroni and cheese, and she
she
needs
just
help
wants
with the
mac and
frying.
cheese.
Mac and cheese. So was this traumatic for you growing up? Because obviously you didn't know that you had this. Like you said, you weren't diagnosed until like 5 years ago. So was trying to figure out what was happening. Like, how old were you when you with your first memory of an alter? So like, how did you deal with that growing up?
So I'm gonna answer this in two ways.
Perfect.
One, my first memory of having an alter would probably be, oh God, I don't want to trigger anyone in your chat by talking about memories, but my mom ruined holidays a lot. And I won't get into how, but all of a sudden she was trying to hurt someone and I was 6 or 7. I think this is where my little came from, and maybe also Sarah. I got this inhuman strength for a 6-year-old and shoved my mom off of the person. And I don't remember what happened after that. I completely blacked out. And my mom is 5'1", and at the time she was around 450 pounds, and I was a very skinny 6-year-old. So the endocrine disorder that I have makes it hard to gain or lose weight. So that explains that. It wasn't that I wasn't eating, it's just I couldn't gain weight. So that's probably the first memory that I can think of where I had a lapse in time and I did something that I would have never done normally. Because normally I just would listen to her, do what she said, and just go along and yes, mom, because otherwise I would get screamed at or otherwise. And it was very out of character for me, even as a child, to do something like that. But I was backed in a corner where I had to choose saving both of them or being a yes man. And so that was the first memory that I have. And then in high school, it's really funny talking to my friends I had in high school because I'm like, hey, you remember how you used to tell me that sometimes I would act like a huge bitch and not act like myself? And they're like, yeah, why? I'm like, yeah, about that. And then I would tell them, they're like, yeah, you would always tell me later you didn't remember shoving me, or you didn't remember pushing me out of the way to go somewhere, or you didn't remember telling me off, and you never cussed. You were such a good Christian girl. You never cussed, and you cussed at me. And I'm like,
Oh.
yep.
I give him a real good one too.
I'm like, yeah, about that. So a lot of my friends from high school were like, wow, that makes a lot of sense.
So have you ever actually seen yourself switch? Has anybody ever recorded you switching, or when you are Sarah, so that you can see a difference?
No, the most I've been able to do is go back in chat logs. And if she fronts with my boyfriend, he'll be like, hey, do you remember doing this? And a lot of times I'll be like, yeah, sorry, that was me. You got to take that up with Sarah. And he's like, yeah, that's going to be a hard no from me. Let's just keep the triggers down. Okay. I'm like, okay.
Do you get any sense of deja vu when you switch?
It does. Not really deja vu, because that's like reliving something, right? It's more
like, I've done this before.
It's more, did I dream that? Did I actually do that? Did I actually say that? And a lot of times, yes, I did. So, and then again, it's very different for everybody. But as an OSDD system, because I have very little amnesia, I'm like, was that a dream or was that real? Fuck! Like, so
how often do your alters actually come out? And when they do come out, what is the longest one has stayed?
So the longest one has stayed was the 4 hours. This is just that I know of. It could have been a lot longer in high school for all I know. Because there was a lot of triggering stuff in high school that I had to deal with. And it's funny because the reason I say I think there's more alters is when my friends would be upset and be crying, I am very uncomfortable with people crying around me. I put on a good face, but I really don't know what to say. I'm just very bad at it. But somehow I would almost feel like I depersonalized, which is where the body didn't feel like it was mine. And I used to just think I was dissociating because it was, or, just like blanking out or whatever, because it was traumatic to me to see my friends upset. But I would comfort them and say the perfect things and give them the best hugs and make them food, which I was very terrible at. And, I don't know if that's another alter, but my friends distinctly remember that. And that it was kind of like a switch where if they were upset, Mother Allie came out. Mother Mode Allie came out. But as far, what was the question? I don't know. The longest that I know of would be probably the year that I sought treatment. And that's when an alter, Sarah, actually, this is when I found out she was real, took over and got me out of a situation with a very abusive ex. And if he would have touched me, he probably would have gotten decked, and drove me home and didn't let me back into the headspace until I was home, because she didn't want me turning around and going back and trying to make up and get back with him. So it was about 2 hours, the fight that she had with him. I don't remember what she said. It was like watching myself in third person, 2 seconds behind myself. So it just kind of sounds like, it doesn't really sound like words. It just kind of sounds like noise. And I remember seeing his face being like I was standing up for myself for once and he didn't know what to do. Grabbed all my shit, said, "Don't contact me," and left. I remember that. I only remember the "don't contact me" because she said it I believed him, and then also texted it because she said, "Remember, don't contact me." So that's the longest that I personally know of. What was the second part of that question?
You got both. It was one longest that come out and longest that they haven't come out. Pretty much, you got both sides.
Yeah, so the
here's
little has
kinda-
been very dormant recently. I haven't really felt her, which is fine. If she's comfy where she is, she can stay there. Gets lonely sometimes not feeling your alters, though. It's because it's strange. It's almost like having a friend that you know is there with you in the trenches, and then all of a sudden they're gone if they
And
go
then you're-
dormant. But
So
Okay.
here's kind of an interesting question. Like, do you have to like say that on your driver's license or to be a chiropractor to get your medical license?
no,
You
it's just
have
the
to-
legal name.
So
just the legal name.
You don't have to like. I mean, so your little would not come out while driving. Obviously, she would.
No, she knows better. And like I said, with my little, and this is different. There are some systems that do not drive because they're afraid to drive.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then there are other systems that have specific alters for child protection. So if an alter would come out while driving or in an unsafe situation, that alter would switch super fast and not really give the child alter a chance to really do anything and be like, haha, nope, you saw it, and take over and make sure that everybody stays safe in that situation. But with my little, since she lets me co-front, say she likes the scenery that I'm looking at while I'm driving, she can usually see and I can feel her presence in the mind space and in my body, but she doesn't want to take over. She's like, you can't afford a new car right now, so I just want to watch. So that's essentially it.
Okay, so do you ever get like annoyed with somebody and then say something mean to them and then blame it on Sarah?
No. If it's not Sarah, I'm not going to blame her. She'd get really pissed off and probably give me a migraine for no reason.
Yes,
She's done that.
She said
do
that with you.
your alters ever like start projects or do things and then they don't finish them, and then when you're back, you have to actually go back and finish whatever they didn't finish?
My little does that, but it's coloring. She can just go do it when she comes back out. It's not.
Gotcha.
It's not anything like that. And like I said, Sarah's very bad at sewing, so she might try. But I actually have skin that just peeled off of my thumb getting stuck in the sewing needle when she was out, and I was she was very angry and sewing very angry, and it was burlap, and my thumb got stuck in the burlap. But there are, like in Dissociated's system, she has an alter that is specifically looking into paganism, and this is the one that I was talking about earlier. And that alter has this is going to sound stupid, that alter has an altar for the deities that they are researching and looking into that is specifically theirs. No one else touches it. That is their space. And for some systems, that's what they do. And no one will touch it. No one will move anything on it. And there are some systems where some alters like specific clothes. Some alters want contacts so that their eyes look like their eyes in the system. There are some systems where maybe a little has like a tent, like a child tent that they like to go in there, and all their playthings are in there, and nobody touches that space because that is theirs. It differs really.
Okay, so Jujubee said that she actually knows two people that were diagnosed with DID, and one took his own life at 21 with a couple other attempts, and that the other cuts himself and threatens to take his life. Is self-harm normal in this type of situation, or is there typically like an alter that does that? Or does that like?
I sound like a broken record, but it depends.
No, it's fine.
Sarah has self-harmed the body before. I have self-harmed. The little would never. She would never. It depends. Sarah had a lot of repressed aggression that she could not get out. And she became very creative at finding self-harm ways that no one else would be able to see. I will not share because I don't want others to do it.
Yeah.
But she found ways to hide it and ways that would cause permanent damage without leaving any marks. She was creative for sure. I was boring. I was more so, I'm going to take an arrowhead. There we go. I was the boring one. But it is actually very common. Suicide rates in the DID community are very high. Suicide attempts are very high. I think a lot of times it's because people aren't diagnosed and there's a stigma and people are telling them they're crazy or they're faking it, and they have no one sometimes that believes them. And sometimes if the alters get, if a specific alter will get really mad like Sarah would, they'll find ways to take it out, whether that's on others. And when I say others, I more so mean verbally. I'm not talking about Leticia being a murderer or
Okay.
Maria being a murderer, whatever the fuck. But it's very common. And I mean, think about the reasons that people self-harm. It's something that they can control. And with DID, when it's very severe, you can't control who's fronting. You can't control who's coming forward. You can't control the trauma that's going on that's creating all of these alters. You can't control an alter in the headspace having a flashback and the body reacting with a panic attack and you not knowing why. So, I mean, it's pretty much the same reason that anyone else with depression or PTSD would self-harm. It's something you can control. And eating disorders too are very rampant in the DID community. Either overeating or undereating. I actually suffered from anorexia growing up because my mother was a lot of the reason I had my alters, and I refused to eat in front of her ever. So I would only eat at school, and I would only eat snacks that I hoarded in my room. I would not eat anything that she made, touched, or gave me. So
it's understood why you went the other route.
Yeah.
Is there any way to make it so that the alters can't come out?
It's again, it's like fighting. It's like if anyone has lucid dreamed before, for me, that's what it feels like. I'm fighting for control of the dream. Some people can't. Some people really can't. There's a system where they have an alter that always gets triggered out when they shower because they had trauma in the shower and they cannot deal with having a shower. So this alter is as funny as it sounds, the shower alter. And she leaves and lets whoever wants to come back in the headspace after the shower come out. And when they take a shower, she comes out. And
that
I
alter
don't
can
think,
handle it.
yeah, I don't think that is really optional. I think that just kind of happens. With me, if I'm getting really, really high emotion and I can feel that I'm getting very, very emotional, very upset, very angry, very, I don't have any other word. I hate this word, but triggered. Then I will try my best to ground myself and do yoga or read or walk away or do something to kind of recenter myself, because a lot of times I don't want Sarah to come out because she's just going to harm others, and I don't want others to be harmed, even if she thinks she's protecting.
Understood.
And so grounding techniques, even just outwardly saying, no, you cannot come out right now. I've had to do that with my little a couple times where I just muttered under my breath, no, not right now.
No, you stay there.
Yeah, not right now, later. So, and sometimes again, they'll listen and sometimes they don't. And it's just like any other person. It's like negotiating with an actual person, really.
So what made you think that you had alters that made you go walk into your therapist's office that day and say, hey, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I've got some alters?
Oh, how detailed do you guys want? Because I'll tell the whole story. I don't care.
No, it's
Um,
okay. Just like what I mean, like, was there something that particularly happened that you were like, "This is it," or was it a cumulative? I can't even say the word now. Cumulative, like of like these different things that were happening with your friends and the
A
memory
lot,
that.
no, yeah. The pandemic made it a lot worse, as it did for a lot of people. I started really depersonalizing a lot. And I had never really, to my knowledge, I didn't remember really ever experiencing it to this level. I just
Okay.
would walk or walk around or be in my apartment and play a game, or I'm a big gamer. So I was playing video games or PlayStation or my computer, and I would just not feel like my body is mine. And I was like, this is weird. And then all of a sudden I started feeling like there was accumulation of triggers that kind of all happened at the same time. Um, I found out that my uncle was abusing my aunt in every way that you can think possible for the last 13 years of their marriage. And I was going to be called to testify against him to protect his children from him. I was with that abusive guy that I was still trying to muster up the courage to leave. And a lot of that, and retail, people became very, very nasty during the pandemic. And all of that kind of together, I just started feeling like I was not in control of my body. I was not in control of my brain. There was something wrong. Something is very wrong. And I started
Mhm.
feeling like someone else was taking over and making my meals, because I was making food that I normally wouldn't eat. Such as it sounds like, I have the appetite of a child, and I was buying actual healthy food, which is as dumb as that sounds. You would think that's good, but it was not something that I would typically do.
You would do.
And yeah, it's not something that I would think to do. Like making broccoli, steamed broccoli with cheese was not really something in my repertoire. So it was just weird happenstances that all kind of happened at once. And then I got in a huge fight with my uncle on the phone, who I was testifying against. And I don't remember the conversation after about 20 minutes. And according to my grandparents, who he told everything to, they told me that I said some really nasty things to him that I didn't remember saying. And that was weird, because I had never not remembered a fight with my family up until that point. And then I started thinking back into my life on memories that I thought were a dream, but maybe actually happened. And then the more that I journaled about them, the more I started remembering. And then the happenstance where Sarah was out for 4 hours and took over the body and got me out of that situation happened. And then I was like, something is wrong. Something is wrong. What is happening? Oh my God. So that was kind of the breaking point for me. Where I was like, I need therapy. I need therapy right now, right the fuck now.
You're very
And
proactive about it, though. I mean, you still are. I
You
think
knew
that's a big
something
reason
was
why you're
going
even up
on.
here to do that. You know.
Have you
Yeah.
considered any type of unconventional therapies? According to Pepper, Pepper's not suggesting that you do that, but just curious.
they would have to give me an example. If they mean like
I
the
have no
brain
idea.
stem, I've heard of the brain, like the electroshock. No thanks. I have brain damage from a concussion. I don't need anymore. We're good. But I don't know. I mean, I am very into crystals now. I use crystals to kind of ground myself. My little really likes playing with them because they're pretty. Sarah likes them because I have some nice big black ones, and that's her favorite color. So she'll play with them as like little fidget things in her hands to kind of calm down. Um, Besides that, I mean, unconventional, I guess I use herbs more than I use medication. not my psych meds. I would never replace my psych meds. That's, if you do that, I don't recommend. That's ill-advised. But as far as
I would
like
concur.
ibuprofen or vitamins, a lot of my bodily symptoms are from vitamin deficiencies. So instead of treating it with medications, I've more so just gone the route of herbs and vitamins.
I love that you do that.
So Parker
Yeah.
said electroshock isn't really a thing anymore, but like what something maybe like a deep brain stimulation seems to be very successful from what she's heard.
It could be. If it's not harmful to the brain, this is my mentality even with my patients in chiropractic. If it ain't gonna hurt you and you want to try it, go for it. If it doesn't work, don't do it again. And not surgery. I don't recommend surgery unless it's absolutely necessary. But say like using a TENS machine over massage, or
Gotcha.
doing ice therapy over stretches. You know,
Ice
like
therapy is amazing. It really
yes,
is.
I
It
love
is.
ice therapy. I
So
recommend ice for everyone.
Mhm.
DID is not actually a curable thing at this point in time, correct?
The only cure is final fusion, according to scholars, but that is very debated in the DID community. Like I said, trying to force alters to fuse that don't want to fuse. I think they did this with Billy, where they tried to get alters to fuse, and essentially a lot of them got pissed and took it out on him as a
Oh.
body. So they will lash out if they don't want to fuse and they want to have their own autonomy as an alter and as a person. They're not going to fuse. A lot of times fusion will happen either because the system doesn't really, they've either worked through all their trauma, or there's new trauma that fusion needs to happen to deal with it, or fusion happens because you know, they're working through things and amnesic barriers are coming down, and slowly all the memories kind of just morph together. And you know, that is the cure. But even Multiplicity and me said, even though we are final fused, that doesn't mean that trauma could happen later in our life and cause us to split again.
Do it right.
Yeah.
So
So
that would be
Bad
something.
things. Mhm.
yeah. So she's like, I didn't want to make this announcement because I was afraid it wasn't permanent, but it's been 6 months and we are final fused and amazingly happy. But everyone don't jinx it. Like
How does one go about fusing?
Again, it's very different. I know with Dissociated, they went through a lot of cyberbullying, and so the two alters that fused to create who they are now fused to deal with that, because they were kind of working in tangent with each other to deal with that trauma. Nin by herself was not strong enough to deal with all of it, so Kyle came in to comfort. At least this is what she said. And slowly but surely, they didn't even realize it was happening. It took several months, and they just realized that they were no longer separate. And now they're who they are. With Multiplicity and me, she went to therapy, did EMDR, worked through trauma, and through learning about what her alters knew and what her alters dealt with, fusion happened and the amnesic barriers came down. So it depends, really.
So, okay, so the question really is, so hypothetically, like bringing it like full circle back to Leticia, lovely Leticia Stauch,
Yeah.
if she was found to be not guilty by reason of insanity, how would they ever be able to, I don't know if control is the right word, but knowing that she has an alter that is capable of murder, how they would have to fuse her alters to get them, to get her to be able to, does that make sense?
They would have to treat Maria. Either wait for Maria to come out and talk to her and pretty much therapize her. That's not even a word. I made that up. Give her therapy. Ask her why she's violent. Ask her why she acts this way, and give her tools that are not violent to deal with that.
How
pretty
would
much like
anybody ever know that she actually uses them?
she'd have to be under strict supervision, you know, like the mentally ill would be. You know, it would be the same case of, I guess, any mentally ill patient that commits a
I got you.
crime
That's
until you
fair.
can deem that that person or say alter is safe. And this is just me speculating. This, if it was my system and one of my alters hurt someone, I would not want to be out until I knew that that alter was safe for people to be around. But and I feel like a lot of other systems would feel that way. And this is the first time that I have heard of an alter killing someone for protection that wasn't self-defense. Yeah, because I think Billy was technically self-defense, technically, in technical terms, but it was the 70s, so I don't think that was a thing. In my opinion, it was self-defense. He was
So in your online like communities, your DID communities that you were talking about, do people talk about Leticia's trial? And if
no
so,
one.
what?
No, that's why I said I'm very surprised. I'm the true crime nerd of all of my friends. So actually everyone at work, my friends at work know that I have alters. Not everyone that I work with, just the people that I trust. And this one kid I work with, Dustin, I said, "Hey, remember how I said I have alters?" And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, I said, "This bitch is saying that her alter killed someone." He's like, "Put the bitch in jail." I'm like, "Put the bitch in jail." So I'm really the only one that knows. Like I said, I don't know why the DID community hasn't really talked about this. I feel like a lot of them would be outraged.
Yeah, you think they'd be
Because you were
all
saying
over
like they're pretty boisterous for the things that they're passionate about. You know what I mean? Like that you were surprised that they didn't catch on to something like this.
dropping the link to watch the trial and just be like, okay, now watch this, especially the one from yesterday where they are doing the insanity evaluation where she is purposely having and get like a consensus feedback.
Yes.
And then when you come
I still
back
need to watch that. I have this thing now where I will let the trial, because it's behind us. I'm an EST and they're what PST, I don't know. They're a couple hours behind
me.
Mountain.
They're 2 hours
so
behind you.
I wait until like 2 p.m. to start, because then I can just go through the breaks, and I haven't watched the end yet. I still have like 2 or 3 hours to watch. I was gonna do that tonight, but this is more important. I like educating.
No, that's okay.
people.
I'm gonna end up wrapping up because we've been on for 4.5 hours, and I have to.
Oh wow!
I'm looking at the time. I'm like, oh my god, it really is.
I know it's gone by so fast. And 2, I have to cook dinner for my family because I am PST, so it's 6:30, and my husband's
it is
like
9:30.
Are we having dinner tonight? And I'm like, yeah, but you don't understand. Like, I'm in this super interesting conversation. It's just gonna have to wait a minute. Yeah. But I absolutely want you to come back maybe sometime in the middle of the week after Dr. Lewis testifies, and you're able to catch up on some of these, especially yesterday's with the video.
Someone said, "Be prepared. They read the rest of the DSM-5 on the cross." That's hilarious. I'm sorry.
Oh boy. Those attorneys are just something interesting. So people have asked if you have a YouTube channel yourself, and Michelle had asked, and I lost this comment earlier, if you've ever considered like a blog or something to share your experiences and how you do it, because this has been very educational, and obviously we could do this for hours. Yes. And I would continue learning many things that I do not know.
Yes.
Do you have anything that you do?
Couple of things. One, I'm scared to do a blog because I am a chiropractor. I do have a YouTube. Here, I can put it in here if you want. That's my YouTube. It's gone through a lot of changes. It used to be a horseback riding channel, then it was a gaming channel, and then I did Read With Me's because I was like, maybe people want me to read the Hunger Games because the Hunger Games is awesome, and now I do nothing, so I'm just too busy.
No, I love it though, the whole horse riding. I would be so into that.
Yeah. So I think I have my dog's story on there. I have a video about him and what he went through. I'm worried about my patients finding out that I would have a blog. And, as much as I would much rather have patients that are not judgmental, and, you know, accept people for how they are. I treat 80-year-old women who probably have never heard of dissociating in their life. So I'm currently working on a book of I used to be a big writer in high school, so I'm kind of going through what it was like growing up in a very we were Pentecostal, full gospel, and they were very these are these are the type of Christians that believe the COVID vaccine had trackers in them to track their movements. Okay, and they also think that anthropology is a farce, because there's no way that we came from apes, even though that's not technically what anthropologists say. So trying to explain any of that to them is like literally banging your head against concrete. And all of the stuff that I went through with my mom, my therapist recommended it as a way to kind of get the memories in one space. So I'm working on that, but I'm always willing to talk about it. You know, even if my patients come out to me and say they have a very severe mental illness, then I will tell them, you know, I have a dissociation disorder, and a lot of them don't know what that means, but that's as much as I need to say. They're like, oh yeah, you struggle too, you know, like having someone in their corner.
Sometimes that's all people need. They just need to know that the person across from them just even slightly understands or is willing to be open-minded enough to even understand.
Because it's hard enough to even tell your doctor that you're going through something, and you're going to think that they're going to think that you're crazy. And I always make sure to validate all of my patients, you know, feelings. And a lot of them are women that have been told that they're crazy and they're women and they just have pain because of their ovaries. And, you know, I've been there. And, you know, for them to open up to me about a mental illness, I'll share a little bit too. And, but besides the book, no, I recently thought about maybe doing a vlog on my YouTube channel about growing up with a borderline mother, but I could get a lot of backlash from my family. So I have to tread carefully, because I do have cease and desists towards them. They don't have one towards me, but boundaries go both ways.
For
so
sure.
I'm trying to be respectful
You're
of
a
them.
very, very rational, logical person. It's very black and white for you in this, and I very much appreciate that. No, you really are. You're an amazing person. You have a beautiful personality, and the fact that you can advocate like this for someone who we think is just BSing up on that stand, and for you to come up here and do that, it's just amazing. You've educated so many of us in this chat. I can promise you that. And you're just an awesome person. Your personality, like Teresa said, you got to come back. We got to do this trial with you and have another conversation and definitely dig in a little bit more. And we'll definitely drop the YouTube channel, and when you get the book going and started and everything, just let us know.
I wanted to go back, because y'all said it was okay to say this, going back to how my alters feel about my boyfriend. My little sees him kind of as a dad brother figure. He and I are in a dynamic. For those that know, you know. For others that don't, you don't. But Sarah also she may not like him, but she respects him as an authority figure. But she doesn't like authority, so that's why she doesn't like him. You know, the rules of taking care of myself and eating and drinking and doing all the things that I'm supposed to do as a grown woman that I'm very bad at. In our dynamic, he makes rules to protect me. So that's mostly why she doesn't like it, because she doesn't like authority. But yeah. Because someone asked, and I didn't know if it was okay to really say that, so I asked. But yes, my little sees him. She he says it's always so awkward when she comes out, because the way she says daddy and the way everyone else says daddy is very different, and I feel like a father, and it's awkward, and I don't know. He's like, but I can't tell her no. She asked for mac and cheese, and I can't tell her no.
I'm gonna be thinking about mac and cheese for like a hot minute now. I have to go down and make some.
Anyway,
Nice.
I'm
Well, I was
sorry,
muted and I was
hijacked your
talking and didn't even realize that I was muted. But I was saying yes, I appreciate that you came up here, Michelle. I appreciate that you came up here just to share anything with us, and I would love to have you come back if you would like to, and we can just talk about in the
Yeah.
DID in general. We could talk about it in comparison to things that are happening with the Leticia Stauch trial as well. I
I will
appreciate
give
you
you
taking the time to come up and.
I'll put my email in here.
Yeah, drop
Okay.
your email in there.
And then my email is on the about section of the channel too.
And I think Elena just posted that too.
Yeah, because I have thoughts about Lori Vallow from a religious perspective, and
Oh yeah, I'd like to hear about that because I actually think
Yeah.
she's closer to DID than Leticia is, but I'm not an expert, so.
no, she's I would say she I'm sorry, it's funny. She's more histrionic than anything. If you don't know what histrionic
Oh
is,
yes,
go
I
look
can
it
see
up.
that as well. I can see that as
Yep.
well.
Sure.
Well, once again, like I said, I appreciate that you came up. I am going to wrap it up so that I can go make dinner for the fam. And Michelle, my beautiful mi amor, I adore you and
Love you.
I'm always thankful for you.
By
and
the way,
everything
I heard of this channel from I think Duty Ron once, and I had no idea who you were, and I just followed because he shouted you out, and your live came up. So
Oh,
Well, that's
we thank
very
Judy
awesome.
Ron.
It's perfect timing too, and I'm a huge fan of Duty Ron. So,
And we got you
I-
out of it, so we love it even more.
but everybody in chat, I know we've been here for a long time, and you guys have stayed the entire time. I appreciate you guys. If you missed it, you can rewind and watch the replay. We had Brittany that came up. We talked about Leticia Stauch. We had Jen Liu come up. We talked a lot about Lori Vallow Daybell. And then we've had lovely Allie come up and give us some insight into her life diagnosed with DID. I appreciate every single one of you guys.
OSDD.
What is it?
No,
I
she's
have
good. She's
OSDD.
talking-
technically,
OSDD.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying that for
Yes.
me. OSDD.
If a DID person hears that someone with OSDD is claiming to have DID, they will kill me. So it is OSDD.
Well, thank you for making sure. Yeah, like, this is, like I said, this is, I love to learn.
Yes.
So it helps me to be able to know the difference. So thank you for correcting me. I appreciate that. Currently, the Ward case studies, it's another channel that whom I love, which is Jen Liu, who was up here with us earlier, Allie. She is live right now. So I suggest anybody who is looking for a place to go, head on over to the Ward case studies. And then I know that allegedly with Brittany J will be live later this evening. And if you guys want to follow and watch the trial, I watch it on Sleuth Mom. I know there's a lot of great channels that do air it, but that's where I'm at watching it. So I will see you guys. Probably see you guys in a few days. Go enjoy the rest of your weekend. Allie, thank you again. Michelle.
Thank you. Love you guys.
And I'll see you guys later.
Love you guys. Bye.